games, making 26 starts. Over his career, he has recorded 25 runs scored, 21 hits, 14 RBIs, 3 doubles, and 6 stolen bases. During his senior season, he delivered his best performance against Georgian Court on April 7th, recording 3 runs batted in and a double in a non-conference win over the Lions. He is currently enjoying a career-best season in 2026, batting .217 with 7 runs scored, 5 hits, and 4 RBIs. He will be graduating with a degree in English. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior, number 4, Chris Riley. Next senior is another 4-year Dolphin who has appeared in 139 games with 128 starts. He has surpassed 100 career hits with 108 for his career and has totaled 82 RBIs, 69 runs scored, 20 doubles, 4 home runs, and 1 triple. In his rookie season, he was a contender for ECC Rookie of the Year after batting .350 with 42 hits, 7 doubles, and 29 RBIs. During his senior season, he has recorded the second highest RBI total of his career with 23 and set a new career high in home runs, highlighted by a 2 home run game against the Uville earlier this year. He will be graduating this spring with a degree in history and a minor in business. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior, number 9, Vincent Weigel. Our next senior is a pitcher who joined the Dolphins for the 2026 season after competing at Division I Iona University. A graduate student working toward a doctorate in physical therapy, he has thrown 36 2/3 innings, leading the team with 35 strikeouts and recording 1 complete game. He currently ranks among the top pitchers in the ECC, sitting 8th in total strikeouts and 5th in strikeouts looking with 13. In his 8 appearances this season, he has recorded 4 outings with 5 or more strikeouts. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior, number 14, Nicholas Chiaya.
Does you know that there's voice Martinez?
Don't use it.
Yeah.
Our next senior is a 4-year member of the Dolphins pitching staff. During his career, he has pitched 112 innings and recorded 105 strikeouts. During his rookie season, he posted a career-high 3 saves with a 5.73 ERA. As a junior, he recorded a career-best 38 strikeouts. And in 2026, his top outing came against Caldwell, where he pitched 6 innings and struck out 5. He will be graduating with a degree in business with minors in accounting and business data analytics. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior, number 34, Alex Martinez. Our next senior is another 4-year pitcher who has made a significant impact on the Dolphins, including last year's historic ECC playoff run. That year, he recorded career highs for 33 1/3 innings pitched and 21 strikeouts. Across his career, he has thrown over 101 innings with 67 strikeouts and holds a 6.11 ERA. In 2026, he has made 11 appearances, including 5 starts, totaling over 30 innings and 20 strikeouts. He will be graduating with a degree in psychology. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior, number 41, Aiden Kilty. Our next senior joined the Dolphins in 2023 and has steadily developed on the mound. In 2025, he recorded career best numbers with 2 wins in 14 appearances, 1 save, a 4.66 ERA, 19 and a third innings pitched, and 12 strikeouts. Over his career, he has made 47 appearances, pitching 58 and 2/3 innings with 47 strikeouts and a 6.14 ERA. He will be graduating with a degree in sociology, anthropology, and a minor in political science. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior, number 52, Ryan Fiore. Senior returned to the Dolphins for a graduate season and is putting together a career year. In 2026, he is batting .270 with 24 hits, 23 runs batted in, 20 runs scored, 8 doubles, and 4 home runs. 2 of those homers came in the same game against St. Thomas Aquinas College earlier this season, helping lead the Dolphins to a 17-14 victory. He will be graduating with a master's degree in business management. Ladies and gentlemen, our senior, number 1, Shaden Waterman.
Live from Mercy Field on the campus of Mercy University in Dobbs Ferry, New York, CSI Sportsnet welcomes you into East Coast Conference baseball coverage. In the second game of this weekend's ECC series, the College of Staten Island Dolphins host the Mercy University Mavericks. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Joe Foreman, and I will be on the call solo throughout this afternoon and perhaps even into the evening hours as we have a doubleheader on the schedule today between the Dolphins and Mavericks. It was Mercy taking the first game of this 4-game weekend set by a final score of 4-2 yesterday. In a bit of unusual scheduling, they moved up the start of this series to Thursday due to inclement weather in the forecast for the weekend. So perhaps you can't call this your traditional weekend series. We are going Thursday, today on Friday, and then again one more game on Sunday here in Dobbs Ferry. Leading off the game for Mercy will be Dylan Koch. And just an early heads up, I am responsible for the camera switches, the scoreboard, and your play-by-play commentary. Nick, not available today, but I know Nicholas Bavona will be watching as the first pitch of the game is fouled away. The count 0-1 on Koch, and my scoreboard device is not working. So there we go. I heard a lot of button presses and did not see anything, but we have strike one on the board. That's a big relief for me. On the mound for the Dolphins, Mikey First. We'll get you his numbers in just a moment. And that pitch appeared to hit Koch, and it sure did. Or at least it looked that way. Did it hit the bat? From 400 feet away, I thought it hit him on the shoulder. But that is indeed strike 2. That pitch caught the bat on the way in. Now, I've called some baseball from the outfield. We've called a bit of softball from the outfield, not at CSI, but in other venues, as that's taken high, 1-2 on Koch. I have never quite called the action from this far away. This is easily as far away as I've ever called a game from. With a right-handed batter at the plate, the strike zone is completely obstructed as well. And that one is lined right side, foul ball. Romance made a diving attempt along the first base line, couldn't get to it. And it remains 1-2. We do have 3 cameras for today's stream, one focusing on the pitcher and batter, one more focusing on left field and the entire infield. Now, I apologize in advance when I mistake left field for right field. Left field is to my right today. I'm good for at least 2 or 3 of those, as that pitch is swung on and missed for strike 3. First got Koch to chase out of the strike zone, and there's one away here in the opening half inning. Gino Savoca at the plate now. We'll get you the full Mavericks lineup very quickly, 1 through 9. Koch leading off, a strikeout victim, followed by Savoca, Nisko, Ashline, Bernard Jr., Scaparrotti, Hody, Engman, and Goins. In the field for the Dolphins, first to third, Romance, Flashner, Bardick, and Weigel. Left to right in the outfield for CSI, Riley, Vera, and Kehoe. Behind the plate is Ryan Ortega. Count 1 ball and no strikes on Savoca. He gets the start at third base in this one. Pitch on the way from first, taken out of the zone, 2-0. Mikey First, a junior right-hander. We'll get you his numbers following this next pitch. And the 2-0 misses badly for ball 3. First on the year, comes in having appeared in 11 games, 8 starts. He's pitched to a 2-5 record with a 5.59 ERA and a whip of 1.86. In 37 innings, he's allowed 48 hits, 33 runs, 23 of those earned. He has walked 21 and struck out 26 as he issues walk number 22 on the year right there. It's a 1-out base runner for the Mavericks. That will bring up John Nisko. And they'll check on the runner over at first. Savoca back in safely. And once again, they check on him over there. We've seen the Dolphins very conscious of base runners. Not shy about throwing over multiple times in an at-bat, even multiple times in a row. Long hold there by first, and his pitch drills the batter as Nisko took that one right on the front arm. That puts 2 on for Mercy with just 1 out. And Zach Ashline will come to the plate. Ashline comes in hitting at 284. He's already driven in a team high 34 runs. Comes to the plate here in an RBI spot. And he was tied up by that first pitch. It misses inside for ball 1. First, very quickly pitching his way into some trouble here in the bottom. We'll make that the top of the first inning. Playing away from home, it's very easy to make that error. But it is top 1 here in Dobbs Ferry. And now, first is behind Ashline, 2-0. You think I'd have it down by now. We have not covered a single baseball game on Staten Island this year. Conference at the mound for the Dolphins here to talk things over with a 2-0 count on Ashline. Yesterday's game, a 2-run win for the Mavericks. Dolphins Got a very strong outing from Ryan Palm in that game, and you hate to see an outing like that go to waste. He was matched up with Nevin Scaparrotti. Palm with an 8-inning complete game, allowed 10 hits and 4 runs, 3 earned. The 2-0. In for a strike, 2-1. On the other side, Scaparrotti also pitched very well. 7 innings, 6 hits, 2 runs, both earned, 2 walks and a strikeout. Palm needed just 92 pitches to get through 8 innings. However, the Mavericks bullpen pitched 2 scoreless innings of no-hit ball. As the runners are going on the pitch, the throw is not made. Ortega simply ate that ball. And now there are 2 in scoring position. A 2-2 count on Ashline. And if you are Mikey First here, the attention turns toward what would be a big strikeout. And I was reminded, as that one is sliced foul, my regular color commentary partner, Nicholas Bavona, is watching back at home. He did remind me that we actually did cover a home game on Staten Island just on Tuesday. It shows you how far back my memory extends. Count still 2-2 on Ashline. Pitch on the way, and that is swung on and missed, held on to by Ortega. And that is a big punch out for Mikey First as he sets Ashline down swinging. David Bernard Jr. will come to the plate here. Still 2 in scoring position. Now 2 outs here in the opening half inning. And Bernard Jr. looks at a strike, 0-1. The 0-1. Runs inside. So you have to ignore our scoreboard here. I am listening into the conversation, and the inning reads incorrectly. It is the top of the first inning, but the venue scoreboard was advanced, so you'll have to ignore that for now. There are 2 outs here in the top of the first, and the count is 1-1 strike. So ignore the inning on your screen. That is being populated via our scoreboard device on site as the count runs to 2-1. The 1-2 pitch. Just off the corner, 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the 2-2 misses outside. Count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. First base is open here, but if you're Mikey First, you would like to end this inning right here. The payoff pitch. In there for strike 3 called. First sets down Bernard Jr. looking. That is his second strikeout. Make it his third as he strikes out the side. And that will send the Dolphins to the plate in a scoreless ball game when we come back for the bottom half of the first inning. And we are back from Mercy Field in Dobbs Ferry as the Dolphins come to bat for the first time in this game. No score in the bottom half of the first inning. Jamel Vera leads things off for CSI against Andre Jenkins. Right-hander on the mound for the Mavericks, and he deals a strike. Pitch on the way, hit on the ground, and through the middle for a base hit into center field. Dolphins have a leadoff base runner as Vera reaches on a base hit to center. Jack Kehoe to the plate now. We'll get you the full Dolphins lineup 1 through 9 in just a moment. As Kehoe looks at a strike, 0-1. Jamel Vera leading off, followed by Kehoe, Romance, Waterman, Ortega, Flashner, Riley, Weigel, Bardick, and First. We'll get you the defensive alignment for Mercy as well on the infield for the Mavericks. First to third, Bernard Jr., Scaparrotti, Koch, and Savoca. Left to right in the outfield, Goins, Engman, and Ashline. Behind the plate, Hody and Jenkins on the mound. The 1-1 to Kehoe is fouled back. It's 1-2. The 1-2, low and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Vera, as always, a threat to run over at first base. Has attempted 20 stolen bases on the year. He has been caught 6 times. However, I would venture to guess that at least half of those 6 caught stealing have come at third base. I think that definitely makes a difference. We've also seen Jack Kehoe hitting in different spots in the lineup this year. We've seen him hit cleanup. We've seen him hit second. We've seen him hit sixth. And he's continued to produce wherever they put him in the batting order as he takes outside for ball 3. Kehoe comes in leading the Dolphins in batting by a wide margin. He's hitting .362. The next closest Dolphin among qualifiers is Michael Flashner at .328. Jamel Vera also hitting .328 entering this game. Now a bit better than that, as Vera was running on the 3-2. It's fouled away by Kehoe, and the count stays full. Kehoe stepped out of the box momentarily. Another payoff pitch on the way from Jenkins. And the runner is going. However, that is ball 4. And the Dolphins have the first 2 men on here in the home first inning. Jason Romance to the plate now. Romance has seen his batting average dip a bit in recent weeks, but always a threat, and he delivers yet again. Base hit left field. They are waving Vera home. The relay throw to the plate is there, and the tag is applied in time. Vera is out. A great relay throw cuts down Vera trying to score. The runners did not advance behind that throw either. It's a base hit for Romance. And Kehoe stops at second. That will bring up Jaden Waterman. Waterman among the seniors honored ahead of today's game. And there's a chopper foul. Waterman comes in hitting .270. He's been among the best RBI men on this Dolphins squad. Comes in with 23 runs batted in. There's a big swing and a miss by Waterman. 0-2. With Vera's speed, it looked as if we were headed for a 1-0 game, but the relay throw was a great one. I believe that throw came from short, as that is chopped foul. If so, it was Koch with the good relay to cut down Vera at the plate. Waterman barely got a piece of that last pitch to stay alive, 0-2 the count. And he takes up and away 1-2. Kehoe has good speed. He's the lead runner at second. Romance at first. Kehoe with a big lead as well as Waterman hits one on the ground. Backhanded it short. Long throw from Koch is not scooped over at first, and that will allow Kehoe to score and Romance to advance to third behind him. That will likely go down as an infield single. We'll see. We'll have to check it out on replay. We actually don't have the live view, so we'll go with the infield view and see if that gives us any clarity. With how deep in the hole that was hit, that has to be a hit. But here's one more look. Waterman hit that one on the ground deep in the hole, and if the first baseman scoops it, they have him by a long shot. You definitely could give an error to the first baseman on that one. It looked like a pretty easy hop, and Bernard Jr. was simply unable to scoop it. Dolphins lead it 1-0, and the first pitch to Ryan Ortega is fouled back, 0-1. And Ortega takes high, 1-1. And that one is bounced foul. 0-2. Nick agrees with me back home. Error on the first baseman. Now, is that how we scored it, Steph? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Home score, Stephanie gave it a hit as that swung on and missed by Ortega, strike 3. Big strikeout there for Jenkins, and that will bring Michael Flaschner to the plate. Flaschner, a dangerous hitter, batting 6th as he looks to bunt and sends it foul. Flaschner comes in hitting at .328, tied with Vera for second on the Dolphins in batting. And Flaschner takes a strike. 0-2. Do apologize for the error on the base graphics. Waterman is over at first, not second. Dolphins have runners on the corners with 2 outs and an 0-2 count on Flaschner as he takes low and away for ball 1. One, two, fought off foul. Oh, that vacant parking spot there, that could have been us. A lot of empty parking spaces down around the infield and behind the Dolphins dugout. Yeah, we got as far away as we could. And there's a swing and a miss by Flashner for strike 3. Dolphins strand a pair on first and third, but they do get a run in the home first inning. We head to the second. Staten Island on top of Mercy, 1-0. Evan Scaparrotti will lead off for the Mavericks. Mercy trailing Staten Island 1-0 after 1. However, the Dolphins certainly had an opportunity for more. It was an RBI, or perhaps not. I'm trying to recall the inning mentally working as a one-man crew, but it is an RBI for Jaden Waterman on what was scored an infield single. Deep in the hole, it's short. A failed scoop at first by Bernard Jr. allowed Waterman to reach, and man, I thought parking on Staten Island during a baseball game was treacherous. This is worse. At the plate here, Scaparrotti has a 1-1 count. And there's a good pitch on the inner half. First gets the swing and miss. Count 1-2 strikes. One, two. Up high, 2 strikes. The 2-2. Bounced on the ground. Bartek has it. His throw wide, and Romance kept his foot on the bag. Jason Romance with a big stretch just kept those spikes anchored to the first base bag. And it's an out for first and the Dolphins to begin the second. That will bring up Alfred Hody. And the first pitch to Hody misses low and away, ball 1. Hody comes in hitting at .238. And he bounces that one foul, 1-1. The 1-1. And First hits another batter. We've seen Mikey First in this game very willing to work inside, and that's something not a lot of pitchers are willing to do. But when you come inside, you run the risk of hit batsmen, and that is the second in this game for the Dolphin right-hander. It's a one-out base runner for Mercy. Kyle Engman to the plate now. Behind Engman is Kalonji Goins, and then back to the top of the order for Mercy. And I make the point all the time on broadcasts, the outs at the bottom of the order are critical outs. As that one's lofted out toward left field, long run back for Riley, but he's there. And that will force Hody to rush back to first. He was already rounding second. And off the bat, I did not read that ball very well. I thought that was off the end of the bat, but it took Riley to within about maybe 20 feet of the wall, 30 feet of the wall. Should be noted as well the dimensions here at Mercy Field, a bit unusual as it is a multi-purpose field. That's abundantly clear on the wide shot of our outfield. You can see the lines and the Mavericks logo facing our press box out here in left center field. There's a look at our perspective. That camera is resting right on the windowsill in front of me. Kalonji Goins at the plate, ahead 1-0, and the throw over to first got away from Romance, but not far enough to think about in advance. Hody was forced to dive back in. By the time he realized the ball had gotten away, it was too late. The 1-0. And at the knees for strike 1-1. The 1-1. Up and away, 2 balls and 1 strike. In terms of stolen bases, Hody has attempted just 2 this year, successful 1 time. And that pitch is on the corner for a strike, 2-2. Mikey First already has 3 punch-outs. And during the day, he had struck out 26 in 37 innings. And he misses away there to run it full. Hody going to be running on this pitch. The count is full, 2 outs, as we lost one of our cameras outside. Hopefully that comes back soon. They'll check on the runner over at first. So we lost our camera in left field. I would presume the battery on the transmitter has gone out, so we'll get that fixed between innings. And it has come back. That one fouled straight back. Well, that was a bit odd. It's the first time during baseball and softball season that we've operated with 3 cameras, but the vast expanse that is this Mavericks outfield makes that a necessity. Another payoff pitch on the way, and another hit batter. First has hit his 3rd batter here in the 2nd inning. And it's now back to the top of the Mavericks lineup. Dylan Koch, the leadoff hitter, comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1, struck out his first time, and has a chance to tie this game with a base hit. Koch entered the day hitting .279, has driven in 29 runs. Certainly a capable RBI man as he swings and misses nothing in one. Dolphins do have a strong defensive outfield today. Riley often comes in as a defensive replacement late in games. He's in left, Vera in center, Kehoe in right. And first misses off the corner, 1-1. It's not often that we cover a game from this perspective in the outfield, but you would presume, and it certainly looks like, that one is lofted into center and in front of Vera. And the point I was about to make was that it seems like the outfielders are playing further back to prevent just this. A play at the plate upcoming, and the throw is not in time. Maybe the ball came out, but it's an inside the park 3-run homer for Dylan Koch. And just as I was about to remark about where the outfielders are playing and the fact that they were deep, a ball bounces over Vera's glove, and the relay throw is just late, allowing the third run to come home. In just a moment, we'll get one more look at that play at the plate. That pitch misses for a ball. Here's a very quick look at the play at home. There you see the throw coming in from Bartik. Looks like it's there. And I believe the ball came out. I think you see the ball resting near the plate. And that was the difference between a triple and 2 runs batted in. And for Dylan Koch, his 3rd home run of the year. If Vera cuts that ball off, I think he was going to be able to limit the damage to 1 run, and here he will make the catch at center to end the inning. But for the Dolphins, it is a bad hop over the glove of Vera. It got behind him. It turns into a 3-run homer for Dylan Koch. Mercy now leads Staten Island 3-1 as we head to the home 2nd inning. Home 2nd inning getting started from Mercy Field in Dobbs Ferry. The Dolphins trailing for the first time in this game. And a bunt goes foul. It was a 3-run inside the park home run by Dylan Koch to put Mercy in front. But as I touched on prior to that swing, From my perspective, it appeared the Dolphins were playing deeper than normal in the outfield. That's expected with the massive outfield here at Mercy. And a bad bounce over the glove of Jamel Vera turned what would have likely been, I'd presume, an RBI single into a 3-run homer. At the plate here for the Dolphins is Chris Riley. He has a 1-2 count. Riley lays off the breaking ball there, 2-2, but I mentioned the Dolphins with a strong defensive outfield today, having Riley in left. He got a very good break back on that ball hit earlier in the game, was able to chase it back to within about 20 or 25 feet of the wall. And now Riley has a chance to get on base here. The count full, 3-2. The payoff pitch. Hit in the air. Shallow center. And we'll get our camera out there as Riley is the first out in the home second inning. Vincent Weigel to the plate now. Weigel among the Dolphin seniors honored ahead of this game along with Riley. See if I can rattle off that entire list based on memory. It was Riley, Waterman, Fiore. As we await the 0-1 pitch. Aiden Kilty among the Dolphin seniors. Count 0-2 now. And Weigel takes a strike, so I would guess the count was 1-1. Indeed it was. Who's doing that scoreboard? That one taken in the dirt. The question is, did I miss any seniors? We had Nick Kiaya as well. I think that was the only one I was missing. Chopper on the ground. Throw wide of first and a tag applied. Stephanie says I missed Alex Martinez. I thought I said that. Apparently did not. But we'll go down the list without going from memory this time. Jaden Waterman, Chris Riley, Vincent Weigel, Nick Kiaya, Alex Martinez, Aiden Kilty, and Ryan Fiore. The Dolphin seniors all honored ahead of the game today. First pitch to Brandon Bardick in for a strike, 0-1. Bardick comes in hitting .260. And he hits one sharply toward right center field. It's down for a hit. Bardick on with a 2-out base knock. And that will keep the inning going and send it back to the top of the Dolphins lineup. Jamel Vera to the plate. Vera already 1 for 1. Was thrown out trying to score on a Jason Romance base hit just last inning. A lot has happened early in this game. Same could be said for yesterday's game. Dolphins gave up a run early, got 2 back, and then scoring was put on hold until a bit later. And there's a line drive right into the glove of the first baseman. Bernard Jr. snagged it, and that was hit so sharply we couldn't even switch the camera in time. We'll give you one more look from the infield view as we head to break. Our score, the Mavericks 3 and the Dolphins 1. We head to the third. Third inning getting underway from Dobbs Ferry. Mikey First back to the mound for CSI, trailing 3-1 as he delivers a strike to John Nisko. Nisko was hit by a pitch and stole a base. That came back in the first inning. Nisko entering the afternoon hitting at .340. Has driven in 29 runs. That's tied for second on this Mavericks squad. Count quickly, 0-2. And that is lined on one hop to second. The short throw over to Romance at first in time. And there's one away in the inning. That will bring up Zach Ashline. Ashline 0 for 1, a strikeout victim back in the first inning. That's it out to left. Riley outside the view of our camera makes the catch as that ball was hit pretty well once again. Ashline pulling that one to left, but Riley had room. Quickly 2 away in the inning. And approaching 50 pitches, Mikey First could really benefit from a quick 1-2-3 inning here. He's 2/3 of the way there. That pitch taken high, ball 1. David Bernard Jr., the batter, 0 for 1, also a strikeout victim back in the first. And this could bring a quick close to the inning, but the Dolphins run out of room down the right field line. Calling a game at Clover Stadium in Pomona when the Dolphins hosted St. Thomas Aquinas College in that facility. Gave us one of the best nighttime backdrops for a game. The backdrop here in Dobbs Ferry may have that one beat. Right along the Hudson River. Pomona not far away. Stack and Mercy very close to one another. Tentatively, we're still awaiting a clinching scenario, but CSI softball is closing in on clinching a playoff spot. It would take a lot for them to miss the postseason, even if they don't win another game. But once they lock up a spot in the playoffs, we are going to lock in Joe Calabrese and I to head on the road and cover whatever games they play. And it looks like right now those games would be played in Spark Hill, as that one's fouled away down the right field line. Count 1-2, but that's something to look out for on the Sportsnet YouTube channel. Joe and I will have the audio-only call. You can pair that with live video on Flow College, and you have a full broadcast. 1-2 misses high, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bernard Jr. doing a good job of making first work here. The Dolphins starter was well on his way to a lightning quick inning. 2-2. On the outside corner for a called strike 3. Bernard Jr. strikes out for the second time in as many at-bats, and Mikey First has his 4th punch out of the game. We head to the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Mavericks still on top of the Dolphins, 3-1. Jack Kehoe will lead off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the third inning. Staten Island trailing Mercy 3-1 as that one is ripped toward the right field corner. It's down for an extra base hit. Kehoe took a big turn and had to stop it first as he hit that ball way too hard to think about a double. What we're going to do as well is add our live view as an instant replay option. Typically, we don't use that one, but on a 3-camera afternoon, it might benefit us as we piece replays together. It is a rocket shot off the bat of Kehoe to begin the home third, and that will bring Jason Romance to the plate. Romance ahead 1-0. Dolphins now have 5 hits in this game, the Mavericks with just 1. Though we do have a discrepancy between our scoreboard and our live stats. Did we make a change on that play at first base? We did. That one crushed foul. And did I park far enough is the question. Yeah, watching that one, I don't know if I parked far enough. It's okay, though. My change of insurance came in 2 days ago. We're good. Glass now covered. 2-1 the count on Romance, and he hits one well out to deep right field. That ball headed toward the wall, and it is caught maybe 2 steps shy of the right field fence. It is a long drive off the bat of Jason Romance and allowed first out in the home third inning. Off the bat, Romance thought it had a chance, and it sure did. First pitch to Jaden Waterman, hit into left field and down for a hit. Goins scoops it up and gets it in quickly. But it is another loud base hit for the Dolphins. And they now have 2 on with 1 out. That will bring up Ryan Ortega. Conference at the mound for Mercy as we get one more look at that last base hit. Waterman all over that one. So officially the Dolphins now have 5 hits. Scoreboard, can we get that changed to 5? Because I have it on my screen. Though actually I am not using that break board, so we're probably okay. When the action resumes, Ryan Ortega will come to the plate. 2 on, 1 out, and the Dolphins trail by a pair here in the third. An extra base hit here could tie this game. And Ortega pops it up. That's headed out to shallow right, and making the call on his way in from the right field corner was Ashline. The runners stay put. And it takes just 1 pitch for Jenkins to get Ortega and record a big second out. That will bring up Michael Flashner. Flashner 0 for 1. Struck out in his first plate appearance. And he sends one foul. The 0-1 low and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. And that's sent the other way into left field for a base hit. They are waving Kehoe home. The throw to the plate is not in time. Kehoe in under the tag. And it's an RBI single from Michael Flashner to bring the Dolphins back to within a run. It is 3-2 Mavericks. And that will give Chris Riley a chance to deliver a run-scoring hit. Here's one more look at that last swing by Flashner, sending that ball right back where it was pitched. That is good hitting. And then getting in just under the tag at the plate. Count 0-1 on Riley. And this would be a big moment for the senior in front of family in what will be one of his final home games as a Dolphin. The Dolphins have just Game 2 of this doubleheader, and then 2 more games that will be played in Uniondale next weekend against Malloy University. The 0-2 misses high, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Riley has just 23 at-bats entering the game. This is 25th plate appearance of the year. That one's hit in the air on the infield and caught just outside of our frame there near the bottom of the screen. That will do it for the Dolphins in the home 3rd inning. However, the Dolphins do get 1 run closer. They are back to within 1. Our score, the Mavericks 3 and the Dolphins 2 as we head to the 4th inning. Nevin Scaparrotti will lead things off for the Mavericks here in the 4th inning. The Dolphins got back to within a run in the bottom half of the 3rd. We begin the 4th with a 3-2 score as that one's popped up over the Mavericks dugout and out of play. Scaparrotti thus far in this game 0 for 1. Grounded out his first time. And that one is sent foul over the backstop. 0-2. That one's grounded to 3rd. Weigel plays it on the short hop and throws out Scaparrotti over at first. Nicely done by Vincent Weigel. And there's quickly one away here in the 4th. Here's one more look at that play on the wide shot. Alfred Hody to the plate now, and he takes a strike, 0-1. Hody without an official at-bat so far. Was hit by a pitch his first time. Count now even on the Mavericks catcher, 1 ball and 1 strike. And Hody takes just off the outside corner, or perhaps on it. I did not see the strike call, but it's 1-2. First already with 4 strikeouts, looking for 1 more here. And there's a swing and a miss for strike 3. 5th punch out for Mikey first. And very quickly, there are once again 2 away to begin the 4th. First got the first 2 men out very quickly in the 3rd. Had to battle a bit more for that 3rd out. Kyle Engman takes just outside, ball 1. Engman 0 for 1. Flew out his first time. There's a big swing and a miss, 1-1. First appears to be settling into a rhythm here. He's working quickly. And there is a high fly ball hit just beyond the infield and caught by Bardick to retire the side. It's a 1-2-3 4th inning for Mikey first. He sets the Mavericks down very quickly and in order. Dolphins come to bat in the bottom half, still trailing by a run. Our score, Mercy over Staten Island, 3-2. Vincent Weigel leads off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the 4th inning. And Weigel takes a breaking ball. And once again, from 400 feet away, it is tough to pick up the strike call, as that is hit sharply towards center. And it is over the glove of the center fielder, Engman. Weigel off to the races. He's around second. Weigel headed for third. They're waving Weigel home, and they are telling him to slide, but there is no need to do that. It's an inside the park senior day home run for Vincent Weigel, and that ties the score. We're all knotted up at 3. We'll see where we pick up this replay. And we pick Weigel up about halfway down the line at first. That one hit high in the air. Shallow right. Once again, losing the hat. Out there in right field is Ashline, but he tracks that ball into his glove for the first out. We cover a large portion of the outfield with our camera up here in the booth. Not the portion that ball ended up rolling into, well beyond the glove of Engman. And where that wall comes to a point, I would estimate at least 500 feet away in center field. At the plate now, Jamel Vera. He takes inside ball one. Vera 1 for 2. Had a base hit in the home first inning as he lines one towards center. Long run for Engman, and he makes the catch on the backhand. If he doesn't read that immediately, that is trouble. But Engman makes that catch look easy on the move. I think the big question is, did Engman misread the ball on that Weigel home run? We'll get a look at it before we head to break. And we can only see the reaction, so we'll get that in here. Engman looked to have taken a step in, then reached up and leaping, could not make the grab. And after that, it all came down to how quickly can Weigel make it home. Jack Kehoe, the batter, and he takes that pitch out of the zone. Kehoe 1 for 1. Has a base hit and a walk in his 2 at-bats. And he looks at a called strike there, 1-2. Kehoe, a victim of a bit of misfortune. Did come around to score, but very easily could have had a double. And with the short corner in right field, he hit the ball so hard that he was held to a single. He'll ground out here, 4-3 on the putout, and that will do it for the Dolphins in the home 4th inning. But not before Vincent Weigel ties the score with an inside-the-park home run on Senior Day. Weigel and the Dolphins now tied with the Mavericks at 3. Kalonji Goins will lead off for the Mavericks here in the 5th inning of a tie ball game. We're all knotted up at 3. Dolphins open the scoring. The Mavericks got 3, and the Dolphins get the last 2 as that one's lined into right center for a base hit by Goins. He wastes no time attacking the first pitch. Our camera pointed a bit too far skyward. We'll get that angle downward again. Leadoff man on for Mercy here in the 5th, and it's back to the top of the Mavericks batting order with Dylan Koch. And once again, they'll check on the runner. This time the ball gets away down the right field line. Romance chases, and over to second goes Goins. Well, I mentioned earlier the Dolphins have been very conscious of base runners all year. They've made a point of managing the running game of the opposition a bit better. I think there was definitely a period where it took them some time to adjust to that, moving into Division II, but they've certainly gotten much better with managing base runners. That being said, we've seen our share of errant pickoffs this year. And that last one puts the go-ahead run in scoring position here in the 5th. Count 0-1 on Koch. And he takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-2. We've also seen a pair of inside the park home runs in this game. The question becomes, how short of a traditional center field wall would Weigel's fly ball have been? I think it would have been close, but definitely not a homer on a 400-foot wall. Count 0-2 here on Koch. That one's bounced to Romance over at first. He'll step on the bag. Koch is retired, and Goins will move up to third. It's a productive out for the Mavericks shortstop, and that will bring up Gino Savoca. Savoca 0 for 1 with a walk against first thus far. And with one out in the inning, this is really a spot where you can use a strikeout if you're Mikey First. Dolphins have Weigel right on the edge of the green turf over at third, the right side of the infield against a left-handed hitter at standard depth. And it looks like Bardick may be in a step at short, but if he is in, it's not by much. Count 1-0 on Savoca, and he takes ball 2. No relief in the on-deck circle, no relief in the hole. John Nisko waiting on deck. Zach Ashline behind him. The dangerous part of the batting. Savoca 3-0. Be interested to see if Savoca has the green light here on 3-0. With a runner on third. And nobody out as that pitch missed. Savoca looks at 4 straight, draws the walk. And now John Nisko comes to the plate with a chance to give the Mavericks the lead and perhaps do a bit more damage. In situations like this, you get the sense it's only a matter of time before the runner takes off from first. That would put 2 in scoring position. They are holding Savoca on, no surprise there. And that is hit well out to deep left field, and it lands fair. The Dolphins can't believe it. As play continues, it's a 2-run double off the bat of John Nisko. And that will put Mercy back in front 5-3. They call it a ground rule double. Just 1 run comes in to score. That ball took a wicked hop if it got over the wall. They're still talking it over on the infield and trying to place the runners. And you can see here the Dolphins throwing up the hands and signaling ground rule double. You see it all over the infield. So the score will be 4-3. Savoca sent back to third. Ashline to the plate. Nisko standing at second. And it looks like the discussion has finally concluded. The action resumes. Zach Ashline, the batter. 2 in scoring position, just 1 out for the Mavericks here in the road 5th inning. And that pitch nearly got away from first to the backstop. Ortega able to lunge and snag it. Want to know the count on the Mercy right fielder Ashline. And that is hit high in the air out toward left. Riley creeping in, makes the catch, throwing toward the plate, and it is allowed to roll through, but no chance to get Savoca. He's in to score. Nisko holds at second, and it's a sacrifice fly for Zach Ashline to make it 5-3. David Bernard Jr., the batter now. 2 outs and a runner at second for Mercy. Base hit here makes it a 3-run game in all likelihood. I've always been a believer in there being such a big difference between the 2-run deficit and the 3-run deficit as that goes foul in a half swing. But needing just 1 base runner to bring the tying run to the plate versus 2, especially against teams that come in with a deep pitching staff and a strong bullpen, that makes a very big difference late in games. The 0-1 pitch to Bernard Jr. up high. 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1. On the corner for a called strike, 1-2. First 1 pitch away from limiting the damage here in the 5th inning. Looking for strikeout number 6. The 1-2. Hit on the ground. Left side. Make that the right side. First time today. Dolphins make the flip and record the out. That will do it for Mercy in the 5th inning. However, the Mavericks go back in front. 2 runs home in the inning for Mercy. They now lead Staten Island 5-3 as we head to the bottom half of the 5th. Dolphins come to bat, trailing 5-3 here in the home fifth inning. 3, 4, and 5 due up for Staten Island. Jason Romance leads things off. He's ahead in the count 1-0. Romance 1 for 2 as he goes ahead 2-0. Of the 9 Dolphins starters, 7 have recorded a hit in this game. That's it pretty well. Out to center, and Engman ranges back to make the catch. Another loud out for the Dolphins. This time Romance flies out to center. One away here in the home fifth. That will bring up Jaden Waterman. PA announcer doing a great job today as that one is pulled foul down the third base line. For the second time this year, I am play-by-play commentator, engineer, and PA announcer, all for the same game. We've recorded all of the announcements in-game. Stephanie behind the controls as Waterman takes a ball 1-1. Pat lending the assist over on pitch clock and scoreboard. As Waterman swings and misses there. Just got a piece, but it was held in the glove by Hody, 1-2. That one skips in, not close, 2-2. I mentioned the 7 hits for CSI. The line for Andre Jenkins. 3 runs, 2 earned on the 7 base hits. 1 walk, 2 strikeouts. And Waterman takes up and in for ball 3. Entering this at bat, Jenkins was at 62 pitches. I believe that puts him at 68 as that's hit out toward left center. And it skips over the wall for a ground rule double. Waterman coasts into second, and the Dolphins have a runner in scoring position with 1 away. That will bring up Brian Ortega as we get one more look at that last swing by Waterman. We just missed the bounce. Ortega 0 for 2 at the plate. And he takes out of the zone ball 1. Just wondering why the live stats weren't advancing. I can see them picking up those changes and handwriting everything. So we'll get you any changes in the field for Mercy once they're passed along to us. It's a good thing I brought the binoculars today. We'd be out of luck. Ortega quickly ahead, 2-0. And he looks at a strike, 2-1. Two and 1. Popped up. Foul ball. Ortega, one of the Dolphins, still looking for his first hit of the game. He's 0 for 2. On deck is Michael Flashner, as we are all caught up. That one fouled back. Matthew Hesselberg into the game for the Mavericks over at third base. As far as I can tell from our live stats, that is the only change. Two. Swung on and missed by Ortega, strike 3. Second time Ortega has been set down on strikes in the game. And that will leave it to Michael Flashner. Flashner 1 for 2. Has an RBI base hit, a strikeout. And by my estimation, that's a big run over there at second for the Dolphins. Time called. I think they had an excess baseball coming in, perhaps returned from foul territory. The 1-0 to Flashner. And he shows bunt as he takes low and in, 2-0. We've seen Flashner more than willing to show bunt, more than willing to attempt a bunt. The infield not paying much mind to it. Their standard depth. As Flashner takes a called strike. Count now 2-1 on the Dolphins' second baseman. And that one is lined toward shallow center field and down for a hit. They are waving Waterman home as the throw comes in up the line. And it's an RBI single for Michael Flashner, his second run-scoring hit of this ball game. And once again, the Dolphins are within one. It's 5-4. A good at-bat from Flashner once again, serving that ball right back where it was pitched. Here's one more look. He went down and got it, serving it right into shallow center field. And when given opportunities in RBI spots, Flashner has come through more often than not. He has spent much of this year batting second and has 22 runs batted in as that's lined into left field. It's another Dolphins hit. CSI now with 2 on. That score is incorrect. It is still 5-4. They're going to change that in a moment. But Chris Riley delivers a senior day base hit, and that will bring up Vincent Weigel. That will also prompt a conference at the mound for the Mavericks. Dolphins continue to rally with 2 outs here in the 5th inning. Waterman had the 1-out hit. Ortega struck out. Flashner chased home Waterman from second with a single. And then Riley, early in his at-bat, attacking the first pitch. And he delivers a hit to move Flashner up to second. The tying run now in scoring position for Vincent Weigel, another Dolphins senior. Weigel already has 3 runs batted in. Make that 1. Didn't Weigel have an inside the park? It was a solo home run. It was a 3-run homer on the other side. This is why you need a color commentator. Nick, always very eager to check me when I'm incorrect. He's not the only one, but fortunately none of those individuals are up here in the booth today. Big at-bat here for Weigel and the Dolphins. First pitch in for a strike. Weigel does have the inside the park home run. That was a solo shot. It was Dylan Koch on the other side with a 3-run inside the park homer. Flashner dancing off second a bit. There's a chopper on the infield. High hop. And the flip to second is just in time. The Dolphins cannot believe it. Frankly, neither can I. That will do it for CSI in the home 5th. And we will get one more look at that last play as we head to break. Our score, the Mavericks 5 and the Dolphins 4. Top of the sixth inning about to get underway from Dobbs Ferry. And we'll get one more look at that last replay where I think heading into that last break, it was abundantly clear that the call at second base was not correct. Even the best get it wrong from time to time as that one's fouled back. But if you're the Dolphins, that one stings because the only play they were going to have after the high hop on the infield chopper was over there at second. And it was the right play to go there. It was a decisive play over at shortstop by Koch, but his flip was not nearly in time. And the Mavericks get the benefit of that call as that's hit out to right center, and Kehoe makes that play ranging to his right. One away here in the sixth. Nevin Scaparrotti retired on just a couple of pitches, and Alfred Hody will be the batter. Scaparrotti, who came in hitting nearly 400, is now 0 for 3. Alfred Hody looking for his first hit. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He did reach base via hit by pitch. There's chopper foul. Count even at 1. The 1-1. Ripped foul once again down the left field line. The line for Mikey First thus far, 5 runs all earned on 3 hits, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts. That pitch just missed, 2-2. The Dolphins have out-hit the Mavericks in this game, 10-3, yet they still trail. Walks and hit batsmen are a big reason why. 2-2. Upstairs for ball 3. First quickly approaching 90 pitches. And you're inclined to think this is probably his last inning. Maybe you can scratch out one more with a quick pair of outs here. And there's another hit batter. Hody drilled for the second time. It's been a tough day to get up there in the batter's box as a Mavericks hitter. First challenging hitters inside, and with those challenge pitches, you get the hit batters that I mentioned earlier. And I think that is going to be all for the Dolphins right-hander. So first hits another Maverick. I believe that is his 4th hit batter of the game. If memory serves correctly, I will double check that and have that information for you when we come back from break following this pitching change. Aiden Kilty in from the Dolphins bullpen on senior day. He takes over for first with 1 out and a runner on here in the road 6th inning. Aiden Kilty on in relief for the Dolphins. He takes over from Mikey First with one out and a runner on here in the road sixth inning. At the plate for the Mavericks is Kyle Engman. He's had a busy day out in center field. Engman ahead 1-0. At the plate, Engman 0 for 2. There's a swing and a miss, 1 ball and 1 strike. Hody, the runner over at first, was hit by a pitch for the second time in this game, and that prompted the end for Mikey First. He hit 3 batters in 5 1/3, responsible for that runner over at first. His line unchanged from what I gave our audience before the break. A 1-1. A breaking ball that bends around the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike. The 2-1. Fouled away. And the count evens up at 2. Get you the line for Aiden Kilty very quickly. He comes in having appeared in 11 games, including 5 starts. He's pitched to a record of 2-3 with a 7.71 ERA and a 2.08 WHIP. And I'll check on the runner at first. In 30 1/3, he has allowed 39 hits, 29 runs, 26 of those earned. He's walked 24 and struck out 20. He does have a save on the year. 125 opposing batters hitting .312 against him as he misses away there for ball 3. Just after the Dolphins got one back, you'd hate for Mercy to tack on a run if you're CSI. A walk here would put them a big step closer to that as that's fouled away again. Behind Engman is Kalanji Goins, and behind Goins, it's back to the top of the lineup. Goins, not your typical number 9 hitter. It's a big out to get if you're Kilty. And again, it's fouled away. Speaking of the man on deck and Goins, he comes in hitting .379. If you're the Dolphins, you would love to face him with 2 outs and just 1 man on instead of 1 out and 2 on. And Kilty gets the strikeout. It's a swing and miss by Engman, and that is a big punch out in relief for the Dolphins right-hander. 2 away here in the top half of the 6th. The aforementioned Kalanji Goins to the plate now. Hody's still over at first, now 2 away in the frame. First pitch from Kilty, low, ball 1. Kilty working quickly, comes set. And the 1-0 is right down the middle, 1 ball and 1 strike. Quick look toward first. Kilty comes set and delivers. Good breaking ball, swung on and missed by Goins. He fooled him there. Count now 1-2. Goins just 1 for 1 in this game. Has scored 2 runs, was hit by a pitch as well. Looking to reach base for a 3rd time. The 1-2 hit well to right field, but well foul. Kilty remains ahead of the Mavericks left fielder Goins. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hody being held on over at first. Another 1-2 on the way. Hit sharply into right center field for a base hit. Hody will go first to third, and the Mavericks now have runners on the corners with 2 outs, and that will send it back to the top of the order for Dylan Koch. Here's one more look at that last swing by Goins. He hit that ball hard to the opposite field. Our wireless transmission system not doing us any favors on the camera switches. They'll check on Goins over at first, and if you're the Mavericks, you'd have to trust him to beat that throw if you're going to send him here. That one fouled straight back. 0-1 the count on Koch. Another look toward first by Kilty. 0-1. Big swing and a miss. That one chased by Koch. And it's 0-2. It's a big out for Aiden Kilty and the Dolphins. The margin for error much slimmer now. First and third, 2 outs in a 1-run game. Kilty hoping to keep it right where it is. And Goins is trying to induce a run down. The Dolphins will not get the ball into the plate. And a run comes in to score. Did they call a balk? Because the Dolphins just gave up on that play. We'll get a look at it here on replay, see if we can spot whether or not there was a call there. First, we'll take it from the view of pitcher-batter. Don't see a signal from the home plate umpire, but Kilty's reaction leads me to believe that was a balk. We're going to check it again on the wide shot. But the run is in, and that is sent out toward right field. Played on one hop by Kehoe. His throw coming into the plate, a good one, but not in time. The Dolphins very quickly see what was a 1-run deficit turn into a 3-run deficit. It's now 7-4 Mavericks. Here's another look at that last base hit. And then we'll go to the infield shot for a look at what was called a balk, if I'm not mistaken. Koch with another run batted in. That's his 4th. And they'll check on him at first. He is out. So the Dolphins pick Koch off of first base. Here's one more look at that pickoff, and then one more look at what we believe was a balk. First, the pickoff. And I believe this is the balk right here. Okay. It's a wide shot, but we're going to slow it down and see if we can spot the umpire's call. Didn't see one. There it is. It was called a balk by the infield umpire. He must have verbally made the call and then instructed the base runners to move to their respective bases. One runner up to second, the other runner in to score. It's a 2-run inning for the Mavericks. They now lead at 7-4 as we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. First pitch of the home sixth inning. This is just off the outside corner. Ball one to Brandon Bardick. Bardick 1 for 2 at the plate thus far. His team now trailing 7-4. It looked like the Dolphins were poised to escape that last half inning, trailing by just a run, but a balk brought home one, and then an RBI base hit by Dylan Koch brought home another. Koch then very quickly was picked off at first base to end the inning. Dolphins now facing a 3-run deficit. Game 1 of this doubleheader today, of course, scheduled for 9 innings. As that's hit sharply on the ground off the glove of Hesselberg, and they will not have a play on Bardick over at first base. It's a leadoff single for the Dolphins shortstop, and that will bring up Jamel Vera. Here's one more look at that last swing by Bardick. He hit that ball hard. Good effort at third by Hesselberg, who checked in 1 inning ago. As Vera swings and misses, 0-1. Jamel Vera 1 for 3 at the plate in this game. And he takes low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. Dolphins now have 11 hits. I mentioned the hit disparity before, and the Dolphins still with a distinct advantage, as that's hit well out towards center and played on a hop. Vera with a line drive base hit, puts 2 on for the Dolphins, and that will bring the tying run to the plate with nobody out here in the 6th. You'd have to think that Jenkins is nearing the end of the line, and the finish line may be right here. Do they have a lefty for Jack Kehoe, perhaps? As you get a look at that last base hit by the Dolphins center fielder Vera. And it looks like we indeed are going to get a pitching change here. So right on cue, it is the end of the outing for Andre Jenkins. He allowed 4 runs, 3 earned on 12 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. He is responsible for both men on base. And when we come back, it will be a new pitcher for the Mavericks. They lead CSI 7-4. However, the Dolphins are threatening with 2 on and nobody out here in the bottom of the 6th inning. And we are back with nobody out and 2 on for the Dolphins here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. It's a bunt attempt from Jack Kehoe. He offered at that one, and it's 0-1. Dylan Ruland, the new pitcher for the Mavericks, will get you his numbers following this next pitch. The 0-1. Hit on the ground and through the hole on the left side for a base hit. They will put the brakes on, and Bartik had to slow down in a hurry there as Kehoe loads the bases with another Dolphin single. That one just got by the diving shortstop on the plate. It was a good effort there from Koch, but he couldn't get to it, and the Dolphins have the bases loaded. Jason Romance to the plate. Romance 1 for 3. And he made a loud out to deep center field in his last at bat. Romance ahead 1-0. And he takes inside 2-0. Dolphins now have 13 hits in this game. They're out hitting the Mavericks 13-5 and trailing by 3. Romance with a chance to change that with one big swing. And he's now ahead 3-0. Well, you know Romance wanted a chance to swing here. You have to think he has the red light on 3-0. Have to take at least one. And he does. I think you give him the green light here. Bases loaded, nobody out here in the home 6th inning. The Dolphins trail 7-4, but they are threatening. 3-1 is hit well to left, but well foul. We promised the numbers for Dylan Ruland. We'll have those when this at-bat concludes. The count now full on Romance, 3-2. The payoff pitch on the way. And that is taken just inside for ball 4. And that will force home a run. It's now 7-5. Bartik in to score. And each runner moves up a base behind him as the Dolphins pull to within 2. Jaden Waterman to the plate now. Waterman 2 for 3. And he has hit the ball hard. A base hit here could tie the game as he hits one deep to left. That ball headed toward the wall, and it's out of here. Going spills over the left field wall, and Jaden Waterman has himself a grand slam to put the Dolphins in front 9-7. The Fanatics beyond the left field wall rise in celebration as Jaden Waterman clears the bases and puts the Dolphins in front. What a moment for Jaden Waterman on Senior Day as he goes yard to give the Dolphins the lead. Waterman first pitch swinging and making no mistake about it. And that one was fouled off the shin of Ryan Ortega. Waterman now with 5 home runs on the year. He's 3 for 4 in this game. And they're going to check on Ortega here. In the midst of that home run call, we did not get a replay on the grand slam. You'll be able to check that out. Should the Dolphins win as part of our highlight package later tonight, we'll get that done once we arrive back home. Meanwhile, for fans of CSI Athletics, the Dolphins are also in action on the softball diamond today. They take on DeUville University in Buffalo. That game just getting underway. Of course, the first of a pair. Game 1 just started. You can also check that out on Flow College. You have to give it the old split screen. Of course, you can't share that login. If you use multiple devices, I was told it had to be one phone and one laptop. That's what I was told. Count 1-1 on Ortega. Given some time to recover from that foul ball off the shin. And he takes a strike 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. A breaking ball high. Count even 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two, 2. Hit to left, and Goins will have to play it on a hop. Ryan Ortega joins the hit parade, and now all 9 Dolphins starters have recorded a hit in this game. We've said it all season long. The Dolphins can hit with just about any team in the ECC. The issue for them has been outs late in games. They have not been able to get outs in the late stages, and we've seen leads get away from them during those innings. But offensively, they have been locked in for pretty much the entire year. Of course, they ran into a very tough pitcher yesterday, scored just 2. I think the only other game where I can recall the Dolphins being held under 2 runs was against Billy Morris of Dieuville. And that's a tough game in Buffalo. Whenever you have to travel up to Buffalo, those are tough games. And the Mavericks, I believe, have gone to the bullpen once again. So with that, we'll step aside and take a break. As the New Mercy pitcher gets warm, we'll bring the information of who that new pitcher is going to be. Following this break, our score, the Dolphins 9 and the Mavericks 7, as we play on here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. New Mavericks pitcher into the game, Tate Van Alstyne. And the right-hander delivers high and outside for ball 1 to Michael Flashner. Flashner 2 for 3 at the plate thus far. Couple of runs batted in. Flashner takes low and away, 2-0. And the 2-0 finds the zone 2-1. The 2-1. Runner going. Pitch high and outside. Throw down to second. Skips in late. Get you one more look at that play over at second. It's a stolen base for Ryan Ortega. Here's the look at it from the camera on the infield. Give you that following this next pitch. Flashner awaits the 2-1. Make it the 3-1 as he takes ball 4. Play at second, not particularly close as the throw arrived on a bounce. Stolen base there for Ortega, his third on 4 tries this year. Chris Riley at the plate, I believe, had a called strike with the home plate umpire saying he offered on that bunt attempt. Still nobody out for the Dolphins here in the home 6th inning. Now 2 on for Riley. Riley showing bunt, lays it down. The throw goes to third in time. The throw to first is well wide, and Riley beats it out. Well, the Mavericks made that look easy. They get the lead runner at third. First out of the inning recorded. Riley then had to hustle down the first baseline. Here's a look at it on the wide shot. Good job there by Hody to pounce on top of that one, play it on a bounce off the turf, and get the out at third. Riley just has too much speed. You're not going to double him up there. And now Vincent Weigel at the plate takes ball 1. Weigel is 1 for 3 with a run batted in. Had that inside the park home run earlier. And now he's ahead here, 2-0. The 2-0, low and away for ball 3. That was a big out for the Mavericks at third, not just to get the lead runner, but to get an out up on the board. Dolphins have put together a nice rally to begin this 6th inning, hoping to keep it going as that sent foul. Bit surprised there to see Weigel swing 3-1. We'll also get you the numbers for Tate Van Alstyne following this at bat. We never did get those numbers for Dylan Ruland. He was forced out of the game before we could get you his line. And Weigel takes low and in. Thought we had that as ball 4, but appears the count on the board is wrong. Steph is correct. I'm glad Pat can laugh about it. Ground ball toward the middle. They get one at second, and the scoop is by the first baseman, and a run is in to score. Good heads-up base running there by the lead runner, Flashner, to come in and score on that play as the ball got by Bernard Jr. on the attempted scoop. Now, the run does score. They get the final out of the inning at second. The Dolphins giving away a run on the base paths there. Will have to run everything back and follow that play from where it began. All right, so Steph will have to piece together two camera angles for you. Let's go with the wide shot here. The umpire did confirm the run scored. Ground ball to short. They get the out at second. Throw. Skips into first over the glove of Bernard Jr. They throw home. The run is in. They throw to second. And the batter Weigel is out trying to advance. So Dolphins do go in front by 3. As 6 runs come home in the inning, the Dolphins turn a 7-4 deficit into a 10-7 advantage. We head to the 7th. Staten Island on top of Mercy, 10-7. Seventh inning getting underway from Dobbs Ferry. Aiden Keelty back to the mound for the Dolphins, who now lead 10-7. Dolphins putting together a nice 6-run rally in the home 6th. And now will entrust this lead to their bullpen the rest of the way. Keelty came on in relief of Mikey first, as that one is popped up. Right side of the infield, it's caught by Flashner. And there's quickly one away in the road 7th. Matthew Hesselberg making the first out in his first plate appearance of the game moments ago, and now John Nisko comes to the plate. Nisko 1 for 2 with a run batted in, and he takes a strike, 0-1. The 0-1 taken low and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. The 1-1. Breaking ball low and away, 2-1. The 2-1. Hit in the air towards shallow right along the line, foul ground, and 3 Dolphins will run out of room there. Count even at 2 on the Mavericks' designated hitter, Nisko. That's fouled back. The pace of play simply not cooperating with pitching lines, but Tate Van Alstyne, who came in during the last half inning, was appearing in his 7th game, had only thrown 8 innings this year, allowing 9 hits and 7 runs, all earned. He'd walked 8 and struck out 3. And we'd expect him to be back out there when we return for the bottom half of the 7th, as the count runs full, 3-2. Big pitch here for Kilty, who got a lightning quick first out. And that's hit well out to left on a line. Played on a couple of hops by Riley. And it's a one-out single for John Nisko. That will bring Zach Ashline to the plate. They'll check on the runner at first again. Nisko on base for the third time with that last base hit. That pitch is taken for a strike, 0-1. Nisko has attempted 15 stolen bases this year, 10 for 15 on those attempts. And you can tell Ortega is more than ready to throw if Nisko decides to challenge him. I think the dilemma here, if you're the Dolphins, is not paying too much attention to that base runner if you're Aiden Kilty, but you have to pay enough to keep him over there at first base. You certainly can't concede second base and allow Nisko to move into scoring position. Count is 1-1 on Ashline, and he hits that one well out towards shallow center, and it will bounce in front of Vera, who reaches up and barely kept it in front of him. Now, what is shallow center elsewhere and what is shallow center here in Dobbs Ferry? Very different. I mentioned the outfielders do have to play a bit deeper because of the expanded dimensions in the outfield, and Vera very nearly saw that ball bounce right over his glove. Dolphins will talk things over at the mound as we get one more look at that last base hit. And you can see on the tail end, it takes a bad bounce. Vera, in his first season with the Dolphins, playing on this turf for what I believe now would be the 5th time or the 6th time this year. These two teams did play 4 games earlier in the year, so this is the 5th game that Vera has played in center field here in Dobbs Ferry this season. And even then, he still had a couple that have really surprised him with how they've bounced off that turf. The conversation at the mound breaks up for the Dolphins. And when the action resumes, the number 5 hitter, David Bernard Jr., will come to the plate. Bernard Jr. 0 for 3, as is Nevin Scaparrotti behind him. First pitch in for a strike, 0-1 the count on the Mavericks' first baseman. Aiden Kilty got the first out very quickly here in the 7th. And the Mavericks have since put a couple of men on base. And that one is through the left side and into left field for a base hit. And they will put the brakes on. The lead runner, Nisko, was held. And Ashline took a big turn around second. He certainly thought about continuing on before the stop sign went up. And the Mavericks now have the bases loaded. That was a hard hit ball off the bat of David Bernard Jr. No chance on the dive for Bartik. That is hit in the air, deep left center. Riley ranging over, he makes the catch. And that is going to bring home a run. It's a sacrifice fly for Nevin Scaparrotti. And the Mavericks are within 2. It's now 10-8 Staten Island. That was a big swing by Scaparrotti. And CSI fans, for a brief moment there, had to breathe a sigh of relief. First pitch up and away, ball one to Alfred Hody. Hody, with just one official plate appearance, has struck out and been hit by 2 pitches. He scored 2 runs. And if you're Aiden Kilty, this is the out you need to get. Keep this lead at 2 runs for your team and give them a chance to add on in the bottom half. If you're the Mavericks, an extra base hit here could tie the score. 2-0 the count on Hody. And he takes up and away for ball 3. Things very quickly now, much more dangerous for Aiden Kilty. A walk here moves the tying run into scoring position. And he finds the zone with that 3-0 pitch for strike 1. Count now 3-1 on the Mavericks catcher. And there's a swing and a miss, 3-2. The runners will be going on this 3-2 pitch. An extra base hit now, almost certain to tie this ball game. The payoff. Fouled away. Count full on Hody. The runner at second is Ashline. Bernard Jr., the runner at first. Another 3-2 pitch is fouled back. Good battle here between Hody and Kilty. Dolphins right-hander looking for a big out on senior day. Hody looking to potentially tie this ball game or give his team the lead. Here comes another 3-2. Hit in the air. Just beyond the infield. Bardick back, and he's got it to retire the side. A big out for Aiden Kilty and the Dolphins. Keeps this a 2-run ball game. The Mavericks strand a pair, but they do get one back. It's now 10-8 Staten Island as we head to the bottom half of the 7th inning. And we're back following a bit of a graphical mishap. Dolphins have seen their lead trimmed down to 2. It's now 10-8 Staten Island. At the plate for CSI is Brandon Bardick. Bardick with a 1-1 count. Dolphins now with 10 runs on 16 hits in this game. The Mavericks with 8 runs on 8 hits. And Bardick, speaking of hits, was nearly hit by that pitch. Count now 2-2 on Bardick. And that's hit well out to left center field. And that is going to land in the gap and bounce up against the wall. Goins gets it in, and Bardick will stop at second with a leadoff double. Hit number 17 for the Dolphins, and it is a long double off the bat of their shortstop, Bardick. Jamel Vera to the plate now as the Dolphins turn it back over to the top of their lineup. There you see how long of a way Goins had to run to get to that ball. An easy double for Bardick. He's in standing at second. Pitch to Vera. Outside, ball one. Vera 2 for 4 at the plate. And he fouls that one away. Count even at 1. The 1-1. Low and away for ball 2. And Vera takes high and outside, ball 3. So with first base open, it doesn't seem like Van Alstyne really wants much to do with Vera. Behind him, Jack Kehoe 2 for 3. Jason Romance 1 for 3. The 3-1. Hit in the air. Shallow right. And coming in to make the catch is the right fielder, Ashline. And that forces Bardick to hold at second. That will bring up Jack Kehoe. And I mention it all the time, productive outs and unproductive outs. That time Vera could not advance Bardick. He stays put at second, but a base hit should still score him. Breaking ball outside for ball 1. Kehoe 2 for 3 at the plate with a walk. That's taken inside. Count now 2-0 on Kehoe. And what makes that out even bigger is that Van Alstyne was able to get it working from behind in the count. He's behind again here. 2 balls and no strikes. And Kehoe looks at one on the outside corner, 2-1. Two one. Fouled away. Count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Bardick still at second. Kehoe looking for his third hit of the game. That would likely produce his first RBI of the afternoon. 2-2. And that hit him. Kehoe took that one. It appeared off the elbow. And he did not appear to wear it well. Sometimes you see a batter get hit by a pitch and they shake it right off and head down the line. We'll see if that got him on his hand or on his elbow. We'll slow it down a bit while they attend to Kehoe. And if you're the Dolphins, I think knowing already that he was hit, you're hoping that's not his left arm. And it was left elbow. Kehoe down to first base. Here's one more look. Could have been his forearm. Really tough to tell from as far away as we are. The monitor, really no better look considering how far away we are. 2 on for the Dolphins, 1 out. Jason Romance to the plate, and he takes low for ball 1. The 1-0. In for a strike. Count even at 1. Romance 1 for 3 with a walk, and that walk netted him an RBI as a run was forced home. The bases were loaded. Romance hoping he gets a chance to swing here. The 1-1. Bounced on the ground. And the throw to first is just in time to get Romance, as it appears our outfield camera has run out of battery somehow when it's plugged in. That's an interesting development. Fortunately, we don't need it, at least not yet. Romance out at first. However, 2 runners are now in scoring position. 2 away in the inning. Jaden Waterman, the batter. Waterman already has a grand slam in this game. He's driven in 5 runs. He's 3 for 4 and has had himself quite the senior day. Do believe we've gotten our outfield camera back. Count 1-1 on Waterman. It's now 1-2. And Waterman goes down swinging. An opportunity goes by the wayside for the Dolphins. They strand 2 in scoring position in the 7th, and we head to the 8th. CSI still on top, 10-8. New pitcher into the game for the Dolphins is Nick Pusinelli. He comes on for the 8th inning in a 2-run ball game. His first pitch up and away, ball 1. He will face 8, 9, and 1. Engman, Goins, and Koch. Engman, certainly an out you're looking to get, not only because he's the leadoff batter, but because the two men due up behind him have combined to go 4 for 6. And if you're Pusinelli, you want no part of facing either one of them as the tying run. Dolphins did have a chance in the previous half inning, stranded 2 in scoring position. As that's hit in the air, shallow left field, Bardick back, and he makes the catch. Apologize for the incorrect camera. It should have been the camera out in shallow left field. But every once in a while, when you track the ball and just click that cut button, you find yourself in the wrong area of the field. Quickly 1 away. Now Kalonji Goins comes to the plate. Goins looking to reach base for a 4th time here. There's a strike, 0-1. Make it 1-1. Thought I missed a pitch. The 1-1. Fouled away, 1-2. For Nick Pusinelli on the year, this is his 9th appearance. He does have a start this year. 1-2 on the way. Low and outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Goins did not go. For Pusinelli, he's pitched to a 13.06 ERA with a 2.9 whip. In 10 1/3, he's allowed 17 hits, 19 runs, 15 earned. He's walked and struck out 13 batters, 46 opposing batters hitting .370 against him. As that one's chopped on the ground to second, Flashner has it, and he throws out Goins for out number 2. Two away in the inning for Dylan Koch. And if you're Pusinelli, this is exactly where you want to face Koch. Bases empty, 2 outs, and you've thrown just 8 pitches to get those 2 outs. As that's hit well to right, Kehoe looking at the fence, has room, and he makes the catch about 1 foot shy of that tall right field wall. That is the 3rd out of the inning. It's a 1-2-3, top half of the 8th for Nick Pusinelli. Dolphins will be looking for some insurance when we come back for the bottom half in a 10-8 game. Ryan Ortega will lead off for the Dolphins in the home eighth inning. Staten Island on top of Mercy, 10-8, looking for insurance as we get set for the final inning of this game one. There's a called strike, 1-1, the count on Ortega. It looks like Jack Kehoe is indeed headed down to the Dolphins bullpen. They will look to the left-hander to close this one out. Ortega takes low and outside, 2-1. Kehoe just making his way down to the bullpen as I speak. And it looks like he's taking a look down at that left arm as well as he makes his way into the left field corner. So that's something to monitor. Kehoe was hit by a pitch on his left arm. It was tough to make out whether he was hit on the forearm or the elbow. Either way, not something you like to see at any point, but certainly not just an inning before he is going to go for a save. Meanwhile, Ortega grounds out to the left side. One away in the inning. That will bring up Michael Flashner. Flashner 2 for 3. Has a couple of runs batted in, a walk and a strikeout. That pitch in for a strike to Flashner, 0-1. Count on Flashner, 1 ball and 1 strike. 1 out here in the home eighth inning. And Flashner fouls that one off. Van Alstyne comes set ahead of the 1-2. And Flashner takes low and in. And Flashner hits that one pretty well out to center, but he got under it just a bit. And that's an easy play out there for Engman. 2 away in the inning. Chris Riley to the plate. 2 outs and the base is empty here in the bottom of the 8th. Should Riley get on, that gives you pretty good speed on the base paths. And on the half swing, Riley hits a chopper to third, and it stays fair. So Riley will reach on an infield single. I thought for sure that there was a chance for Hesselberg to let that roll foul because he certainly had no play at first. You might as well let it roll. See if we got the camera over there quickly enough to get a look. Vincent Weigel at the plate here. And we may have to cut away. Indeed, we will. As Weigel takes inside, we'll speed that last one up a bit. Get a look at it at full speed. Tough to tell if there was a chance to let it roll foul from that far out, but there certainly wasn't a chance to get Riley at first. Count now 1-1 on Weigel. Weigel's 1 for 4. The run batted in. That came on an inside the park solo home run. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. There goes Riley. And Riley steals second. So Riley moves into scoring position. However, that does leave Weigel with a 2-strike count. 1-2, low and away. Here's a look at that stolen base by Chris Riley, who's had himself a nice game on senior day. Riley now 2 for 5 with a stolen base. And Weigel looks at strike 3. That will do it for the Dolphins in the 8th as they are denied insurance. The Mavericks come to bat, trailing 10-8 and down to their final 3 outs of Game 1 when we come back. Top half of the 9th inning getting underway from Mercy Field in Dobbs Ferry. Nick Pusinelli back to the mound for the Dolphins, who lead it 10-8. CSI looking to take Game 1 of this East Coast Conference doubleheader. There's a grounder to third. Weigel has it. And the throw to first is over with plenty of time. 1 away in the inning. A good start for Pusinelli on the bump. Had himself a clean 8th inning. Recorded the first 2 outs lightning quick. And now John Nisko will be the batter. Nisko 2 for 3. It was Matthew Hesselberg who just grounded out to begin the inning. And that's it into left field for a base hit. Nisko wasting no time. And he is on with a 1-out single. That will bring the tying run to the plate. Here's one more look at that last swing. That ball was hit hard. And the Dolphins are going to talk things over at the mound. I did mention that Jack Keogh made his way down to the bullpen during the last half inning. And the way it looks, he might be coming in here because the Dolphins have moved toward the top step of the dugout. That usually means they're looking to greet the exiting pitcher. Have they taken the baseball? They have. Keogh comes in from right field. So that will do it for Nick Pusinelli and our camera outside. The battery has quit on us, and it's fortunate that happened during the pitching change. So I'll step outside and repower our camera. When we come back, it is a 2-run ball game, the tying run to the plate in Zach Ashline. Mercy hoping to make this a ball game here in the 9th. Jack Kehoe comes on out of the Dolphins bullpen as the Mavericks look to tie this game or perhaps take the lead here in the top half of the ninth. And Kehoe's first pitch is low and outside to Zach Ashline for ball one. We'll get you Kehoe's numbers on the year in just a moment. Kehoe has been the Dolphins' closer for each of the last 2 seasons. And he deals a strike on the outside corner. Kehoe this year has appeared in 9 games, including 1 start. He's pitched to an 0-2 record and a 6.28 ERA with a 2.09 whip. In 14 1/3, he's allowed 21 hits and 13 runs. 10 of those are earned. That pitch misses outside, 2-1. Kehoe has 4 saves this year, and in his 14 1/3, he has walked 9 and struck out 15. 59 opposing batters are hitting .356 against him this year. The challenge for hitters against Kehoe, as that is crushed foul, the challenge for hitters against Kehoe has been putting the ball in play. When hitters have put the ball in play, good things have happened, but we all know that Kehoe has that strikeout prowess. I mentioned the 15 and just 14 1/3. He'd love one right here, as that's fouled away. David Bernard Jr., the man in the on-deck circle. The count on Ashline, 2-2. Ashline 1 for 3 with an RBI and a strikeout in this game. And he fouls away another. Count remains even at 2. Pitch from Kehoe. Line drive, base hit. It falls in front of Riley in left field, and that will put the tying run on base and bring the go-ahead run to the plate here in the ninth. David Bernard Jr. to the plate here. And I've mentioned it more than once already this year. It seems to take Jack Kehoe a batter or two to settle in, but once he is locked in, he's as tough as any pitcher in the conference. That one fouled straight back by Bernard Jr., 0-1. We don't have the super detailed stats. I would love to know how first batters have fared against Kehoe this year. It seems like once he gets the first out that he needs, then he gets rolling, but that first out's been tough. The 0-1 misses low, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bernard Jr. 1 for 4. He's already struck out twice. Both of those looking. An extra base hit here could tie the game. One big swing gives Mercy the lead. And the 1-1 sails outside, 2-1. The 2-1 upcoming. And that's fouled away. The count even at 2 on the Mavericks' first baseman. And Kehoe could really use a strikeout here. I think if you're Bernard Jr., at a bare minimum, you'd like to hit a ground ball to the right side and move these runners up. Even better if you can work a walk. Would need to see at least 2 more to do that. The count even at 2. 2 on and 1 out here in the ninth. And that pitch gets to the backstop. Both runners move into scoring position. And now Kehoe has his back up against the wall if he's going to keep the Dolphins in the lead. A base hit likely to tie the game. And you really can't bring in your outfield here because if a ball gets over your head, the game is over. At least that's the case in center field. The count now full, 3-2 on Bernard Jr. First base now open, 1 out here in the ninth. And he hits it in the air. Out to right. And it is caught. Throw to the plate on line, but not in time. And that's a bit of a risky take there. If that throw is not good enough to keep the runner at second, that's a big extra base, but a sacrifice fly has made it a one-run game. And the Mavericks are now down to their final out. It will be left to Nevin Scaparrotti, one of the most dangerous hitters on this Mavericks roster. He came into this game leading Mercy in batting, and he's 0 for 3 thus far. A look towards second by Kehoe. And the first pitch is hit on the ground. Weigel has it at third, and that will end the ball game. Jack Kehoe comes out of the Dolphins bullpen to record his 5th save of the season. And CSI holds on to win Game 1 by a run. Our score, Staten Island 10 and Mercy 9. This the first of a pair from Dobbs Ferry as the Dolphins knock off the Mavericks in our early game. We expect Game 2 to begin somewhere around 3:30 p.m. Be sure to stay with us here on Flow College for the start of that game. The win for the Dolphins is their first against Mercy this year. They lost all 4 games earlier this month and lost the game played yesterday here in Dobbs Ferry. So the Dolphins pick up a win over the Mavericks. The season series in games that have counted in the conference standings, now 2-1 in favor of Mercy. There were 2 additional games played between these two teams that did not count in the ECC standings. So until the start of Game 2 at approximately 3:30, this has been Joe Foreman on the call solo. I have also been your broadcast engineer, and for those in attendance, your PA announcer. Once again, our final score in Game 1, the Dolphins 10 and the Mavericks 9. Game 2 slated for an approximate 3:30 p.m. start. Live from Mercy Field in Dobbs Ferry, New York, CSI Sportsnet welcomes you back into East Coast Conference baseball coverage, streaming exclusively on Flow College. In Game 2 of today's ECC doubleheader, the College of Staten Island Dolphins take on the Mercy University Mavericks. Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, my name is Joe Foreman on the call solo. And for those who missed Game 1, it was a good one, a 10-9 win for the College of Staten Island over Mercy University. It is the first Dolphins win against the Mavericks this season. CSI now 1-4 against Mercy so far this year. 4 of those games played earlier this year did not count. Make it 1-5 against the Mavericks following yesterday's game. Of those first 4 games, 2 did not count in the conference standings. The Dolphins, however, did drop all 4 games, including 2 that did count in the ECC rankings. The Dolphins, falling to the Mavericks in yesterday's single game, have taken Game 1 of today's doubleheader on Senior Day. And speaking of seniors, Ryan Fiore will get the start for the Dolphins here in Game number 2. We'll get you Fiore's numbers ahead of first pitch very quickly. The Dolphin right-hander has worked primarily in relief throughout his Dolphins career, and here today, Fiore is going to make his first start of the 2026 season. He is making his team-leading 15th appearance for the Dolphins this year, and in his first 14, he has pitched 14 innings, allowed 14 hits, 18 runs, 15 of those earned. He has walked 9 and struck out 12. 54 opposing batters are hitting .259 against him. He comes in with a 9.64 ERA and a 1.64 whip. We'll get you the lineup he's facing as well. Some minor changes for the Mavericks, and we'll go through their lineup shortly as we are closing in on first pitch from Mercy Field. Dylan Koch, the first batter of the game, is nearly hit by that pitch. It did get him. And we saw 3 of those from Dolphins starter Mikey First in Game 1. The first pitch of Game 2 hits Koch, and he's on to open up the first inning. Evan Scaparrotti, the batter here. Get you the lineup 1 through 9 very quickly. Koch, Scaparrotti, Nisko, Ashline, Bernard Jr., Altubelli, Wayne. It is Connor Ruland getting the start behind the plate. Goins, and then on the mound for the Mavericks will be Gino Savoca. Scaparrotti to the plate here following what was an 0 for 4 in game one. This one hit out to shallow left, ranging back Bardick to make the catch. And he will throw behind the runner at first, racing back into first base safely is Koch. Once again, I am your play-by-play commentator, your broadcast engineer and scoreboard operator, and your PA announcer. Steph was waiting for it. I never fail to deliver. All announcements recorded during the last 24 hours or so. They even say I'm famous, some might say, as they exit the room. At the plate now, John Nisko. And there's a good block behind the plate from J.J. Hunter. Hunter hasn't started many games behind the plate for the Dolphins this year, but we saw plenty of him at catcher last season. Has had some designated hitting roles throughout the 2026 season, but not many starts in the field. He catches Ryan Fiore to begin game two as Fiore misses outside, and the count runs to 3-0. In game one, Nisko 3 for 4 with an RBI and 2 runs scored. And that one's fouled away. Count now 3-1. Long look in from Fiore, who comes set. The 3-1. Runner going as that's grounded foul. And that runs the count full, 3-2. Quick update on CSI softball in Buffalo. The Dolphins trail in game one of that doubleheader in Buffalo, 11-4. Dolphins were down to their final 3 outs as that's it on the ground. Flashner got his foot on second and throws on to first for the double play. Nicely done by the Dolphins second baseman, and just like that, Ryan Fiore puts up a scoreless frame in the first inning. Dolphins come to bat in the bottom half of inning number 1. When we come back, no score between Staten Island and Mercy. Jamel Vera leads off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the first inning, and we'll get you the Staten Island lineup very quickly following the first pitch of his outing for Gino Savoca. So easy to say first pitch of the game when the Dolphins are playing away from CSI, but it's 1-0 on Vera. I think by now I'd have that down. Not quite. The 1-0. Up and away. Dolphins lineup 1 through 9. Vera, Kehoe, Romance, Waterman, Hunter, Ortega, Flashner, Weigel, and Bardick. In the field for the Mavericks, first to third. Bernard Jr., Scaparrotti, Koch, and Altubelli. That pitch low and away. It's now 3-0 on the Dolphins center fielder, Vera. Defensive alignment for the Dolphins in the last half inning, first to third, was Romance, Flashner, Bardick, and Weigel. As that ball is hit well to center field. That is hit a long way, but it is just a massive outfield here in Dobbs Ferry, and there is plenty of room in center for Wayne to make the catch. Bit surprised to see Vera swing 3-0 this early in the game. But he gave that ball a ride, and in another ballpark, maybe. Jack Kehoe to the plate. He picked up the save in game one. I was told that Kehoe was hit in the right hand by that pitch that came in and got him. So fortunately, it was not a ball that hit him anywhere on the left arm. But he was hit on the right hand. And whenever you get hit in the hand, that is something that can cause some lingering discomfort and certainly affect your approach at the plate. That pitch taken outside for ball three. Kehoe was 2 for 5. Make that 2 for 3 with 3 runs scored. Those box scores get a bit crowded. A lot of hits for the Dolphins in that first game. Dolphins with 10 runs on 17 hits. The Mavericks with 9 runs on 10 hits. And the 3-1 is fouled away to run it full. And that is hit out to center and played on a hop by Wayne. It's a 1-out single for Jack Kehoe, and the Dolphins have their first base runner of game 2. That will bring up Jason Romance. Here's one more look at that last swing by Kehoe, who continues to be the hottest Dolphins hitter in the second half of the season. Romance during game 1 was 1 for 4 of the run batted in. Also drew a walk. Long hold there for Savoca as Romance takes out of the zone. The 1-0 in for strike 1-1. The 1-1. Over the head of Romance. 2-1. Those could be tricky for a catcher behind the plate. The ball sails over the head of a batter. And if you fail to track that one, very quickly, Kehoe moves into scoring position. Woolen doing a good job behind the plate to reel that one in. However, it's 2-1, still a hitter's count for Romance. And he takes out of the zone for ball 3. Romance ahead, 3-1. And he hits that one well out towards center field. Wayne chasing it back toward the wall. Reaching up, he makes the catch. Kehoe will jog back to first as Romance gave that one a ride. Wayne caught it outside the frame of our outfield camera. That's how well Romance hit that ball. You need to have range to play center field here in Dobbs Ferry. And if any ball gets over your head, it is tough to keep that from turning into a home run. Speaking of home runs, Jaden Waterman to the plate. I'll check on the runner at first. Kehoe gets back, but Waterman hit a grand slam on a first pitch swing in Game 1. That gave the Dolphins the lead. They turned a 7-4 deficit into a lead as the runner is going, and the throw goes into center field. Kehoe thought about it, but Wayne backs it up nicely. And he will stop at second with a stolen base. But the Dolphins in Game 1 turned a 7-4 deficit into a 10-7 lead. The grand slam made it 9-7. The Dolphins would go on to score again in the inning. And stepping off there was Savoca. We'll get you his numbers on the mound this year. He's making just his second start, but he has appeared in 10 games already. This number 11. And that is on the outside corner, 1-1. Savoca did come out of Game 1 at about the midway point, maybe a bit later than that, and I think that was a pretty good indication he was going to start Game 2. Count now 1-2 on Waterman. Savoca comes in having thrown 30 in the third innings, 37 hits, 24 runs, only 15 earned, 10 walks, 25 strikeouts. As Waterman fouls back another. He comes in with a record of 2-2 and a 4.45 ERA with a 1.55 whip. 119 opposing batters are hitting .311 against him. So for a guy who has a batting average against over 300, his ERA is relatively low. Under 4.5 is a very solid ERA. And the pitch skips in. Kehoe not hesitating. He races for third, and he is in without a throw. Kehoe was at first base when this at-bat began. He stole second and moves up to third on a wild pitch. There are 2 outs in the inning. Dolphins likely will need a base hit to get Kehoe home. Meanwhile, the infield umpire is having a word with Savoca here. And I'm not exactly sure why. I think they're having him wipe his hands off here. And that is going to draw some attention from the Mavericks dugout. Now, we have seen throughout the year pitchers receiving the pitch calls with a wristband or a watch, some device on the wrist, and maybe that's what they had him remove. But from here, it looked like he was wiping his hand. I don't think that's what it was. Maybe he was wearing something on the wrist. But either way, the action resumes with a 2-2 count, 2 outs, and Kehoe over at third. No score first inning. We are scheduled for 7 here in the second game of a doubleheader, as Waterman nearly got hit by that pitch. That runs it full, 3-2. Waterman in left field here in Game 2. Chris Riley played left in Game 1. The payoff pitch. There's a ground to third. Handled cleanly by Al Tubelli, and he throws out Waterman to retire the side. Dolphins strand a runner on third in the bottom half of the first inning. We head to the second. No score between Mercy and Staten Island. Zach Ashline will lead off for the Mavericks in the top half of the second inning. No score between Mercy and Staten Island. Ryan Fiore back to the mound for CSI, and just as he began the first, he begins the second with a hit batter. Ashline heads down to first, and once again the Mavericks have the leadoff man on, and it looks like that is going to do it for Fiore. So with that hit batter, the Dolphins are going to make a pitching change. Nick Kiaya will come out of the Dolphins bullpen, another CSI senior going to get in on the action on this senior day. So as Fiore receives handshakes and is welcomed back by his dugout, Kiaya makes the jog in from the left field bullpen. We'll be right back here in the second inning. No score between the Dolphins and Mavericks. New pitcher for the Dolphins as we continue the top half of the second inning. Ryan Fiore pitched a scoreless first, but just as he began the game, he hit Zach Ashline with his first pitch of the second inning, and that prompted his exit on senior day. It's a scoreless inning for Fiore. He is responsible for the man on first, and Nick Chiaia comes on in relief. The Dolphins' right-hander has been mostly a starter for the Dolphins this year. Gets an early relief appearance here in Game 2 as he misses inside for ball 1. At the plate here for the Mavericks, David Bernard Jr. Get you Chiaia's numbers following this next pitch. And he'll check on the runner. So Chiaia comes in having appeared in 8 games, all of those starts. He's pitched to a 9.57 ERA with a 1.69 whip. He has a 1-4 record entering the afternoon. In 36 2/3, he's allowed 47 hits and 43 runs, as that one sent foul. Continuing with Chiaia's line, of the 43 runs allowed, 39 are earned. He has walked 15 and struck out 35. 152 opposing batters are hitting .309 against him. And again, they'll check on the runner over at first. The 1-1. Hit on the ground to short. Should be 2. And the Dolphins turn the 6-4-3 double play. Bardick to Flashner to Romance. 2 quick outs out of the pen for Chiaia. That will bring up Anthony Altubelli. Altubelli did not play in Game 1. Comes into the day hitting .320. That's it toward the middle. Flashner skips the throw to first. It gets to Romance in time, and that will do it for the Mavericks in the road second. The double play erases the leadoff base runner, and Nick Chiaia comes out of the pen to record 3 quick outs. Dolphins come to bat in the bottom half with no score when we come back. J.J. Hunter will lead off for the Dolphins here in the bottom half of the second inning. Still no score between Mercy and Staten Island. Hunter ahead in the count, 1-0. He did not play in game one, gets the start behind the plate here in game two as he takes low and outside and very quickly has a 2-0 count. Two-0. Misses for ball three. Hunter on the season, just 8 for 50 thus far. Count now 3-1 on the Dolphin catcher. But last season, Hunter was a key part of this Dolphins lineup as he fouls that one back. Just hasn't had the same number of opportunities at the plate as he had last year. With the start that Ryan Ortega and Yandel Brito got off to this season, the slow start for Hunter really placed him on the outside looking in. As that's hit well, deep to left center, that has a chance and it's out of here. There you get a look at it at the bottom of the screen. J.J. Hunter with a solo home run. And the Dolphins go in front, 1-0. Hunter has picked it up down the stretch of the season, and he continues to swing a hot bat. The last couple of weeks, Hunter has begun to find his swing, and this one travels over the left center field wall. I have to admit, it is much more difficult to read a fly ball off the bat from behind the outfield wall. You think it'd be easy with the ball hit right at you, as that one landed maybe 20 feet in front of the broadcast booth, and Hunter gives the Dolphins a 1-0 lead. At the plate now, Ryan Ortega. Ortega, the designated hitter here in Game 2 after catching in Game 1. And he's quickly ahead 2-0. When you fall behind 2-0, 3-1, and you do it regularly, good hitters will make you pay, and that's what Hunter did right there. Chopper off the bat of Ortega. That is a foul ball. And you look at how Yandel Brito and Ryan Ortega have swung the bat, as I mentioned already, and it leaves you wondering, what would have happened if J.J. Hunter eventually got those same number of plate appearances, because what we saw last year was very impressive. There was one game where I believe it was Vigliotti, Palomini, and Hunter all hit 2 home runs as Ortega grounds one toward the middle, and getting to it is the shortstop Koch as he throws out Ortega for out number 1. Michael Flashner to the plate now. Flashner, during Game 1, was 2 for 4 with 2 runs batted in and a walk. He also scored a run. And he takes high, ball 1. The 1-0. Breaking ball in there for a strike, or at least I thought so. You cannot tell the difference between a raised arm and a strike call from out here. It is tough. It's 2-0, and that's taken high. Though Stephanie has 1-1. She has her binoculars on that home plate umpire now. I think it's 2-1. I think I was right initially, and it is. Now 3-1. We're closing in now on 2.5 decades of wearing a headset all the time, whether it be for gaming when I was younger or broadcasting as an adult. My hearing is not good, but my eyesight is still there. Flashner draws the walk, and the Dolphins have a one-out base runner, but I think I have to trust my eyes next time. Vincent Weigel, the batter now. He comes to the plate with Flashner on first and one out. Dolphins leading 1-0. And the Mavericks are going to talk things over here. Flashner, the runner over at first, has attempted 17 stolen bases this year. He has been caught 4 times. So if you're the Mavericks, you are very attentive to him over at first base. The home plate umpire taking a nice calm stroll out to the mound to break up this conversation. He gave the Mavericks every second he could. The conversation breaks up. Weigel the batter, Flashner the runner at first, Bardick the on-deck batter, and the Dolphins are looking to add to a 1-run lead. Long hold once again ahead of that pitch from Savoca. We've seen that a lot. And in game 1, I think generally speaking, the starting pitchers worked quickly. We've seen Savoca hold the ball until deep into the pitch clock. Oftentimes, he has not come set with more than 10 seconds on the pitch clock. He begins his delivery at 3 there, and there's a good block behind the plate by Ruland. Pickoff attempt at first, and Flashner's back in. The 1-1. And there's a chase there. Flashner steals second and moves into scoring position. We'll get one more look at the stolen base from the wide shot. Very tough to switch the camera and track the play at the same time mid-at-bat. Here's a look at the play over at second. Flashner in well ahead of that tag. Count 1-2 on Weigel. And now a base hit could double the CSI lead. A look towards second. Flashner dancing. And Weigel takes low and away. The Dolphins so far have scored first in all 3 games of this current series. They scored first yesterday, they scored first in the early game today, and they have scored first again here in game 2. And again, Ruland dives across into the other batter's box to keep that ball in front of him. It's now full on Weigel, 3-2. Ruland brings the baseball back out to Savoca, who has lost his command a bit. He's already over 40 pitches, still just 1 out here in the second. This is a big batter for him to get near the bottom of the order. You'd like to keep that open base if you can. 3 looks toward Flashner, and Weigel with a defensive cut fouls that one away. Oh, Flashner has to be giving Savoca fits out there. Every time he looks back at him, Flashner dances off second a bit, tries to entice that throw. And if they throw to second, I could see Flashner just taking off for third. That's how far off second base he's been a couple of times. And again, Flashner commanding attention. As far as we know, they don't track disengagements against the pitcher. But we've seen at least a signal after that latest one. And Weigel hits one on the ground. Throw across the diamond in time. Flashner wise to hold up on the ground ball hit in front of him. And there are 2 away in the inning.
One disengagement per batter. You're signaling for me to stop the clock. I didn't stop the clock.
So you're allowed 1 disengagement and unlimited pickoffs?
Yep.
Got it. Well, in MLB, they count the pickoff as a disengagement.
Yeah, so too.
Yeah, we're having a conversation with an off-headset party. Pat doing the pitch clock, dropping the rule book knowledge on us. I don't think we've seen a pitcher get flagged for too many disengagements yet. Brandon Bardick, the batter here. Flashner dancing off second again. And Bardick fouls that one back. The 1-0. Flared out to shallow right center, and that's down for a hit. Make it left center. Second time today I've done that. As Bardick slides into second with an RBI double. It's now 2-0 Staten Island, and that's a big 2-out RBI knock for the CSI shortstop. Here's one more look at that last swing by Bardick. Back to the top of the order now with Jamel Vera. I'm surprised I haven't made the left center or left field, right field mistake more. Jamel Vera at the plate, 0 for 1 thus far. Another chance to extend the Dolphins' lead with a base hit. And he takes a breaking ball out of the zone, 1-0. Want to know the count on Vera? He pops it up. Foul territory along the third baseline and caught just outside the frame of our wide shot. That will do it for the Dolphins in the second. However, the Dolphins take the lead by a pair as they score 2 and lead it 2-0 as we head to the third inning. Third inning getting started from Mercy Field with the Dolphins in front by a pair. Nick Kiaya back to the mound for CSI. And the first pitch of the third inning is fouled back. Aiden Wayne at the plate. Wayne has had a lot of work in center field early in this game. Dolphins thus far with 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors, and the Mavericks are still looking for their first hit. Also have not committed an error. That's taken low and away, 1-1. Wayne did not play in game 1. Comes in hitting .250. Just 3 for 12 on the year. And that one's fouled away. The count now 1-2. One, two, up and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count even at 2 on the Mavericks center fielder. And chasing the high fastball and going down on strikes is Wayne. He went up the ladder after that fastball. And there's one away here in the road third. Connor Ruland to the plate. And Ruland takes outside, ball 1. That's low and away, 2-0. Ruland also getting his first action of the day here in game 2. And that's fouled off, 2-1. Ruland comes in hitting at .276 in 29 at-bats. This is 12th appearance, or make it his 13th. Has appeared in 12 games. This his 13th appearance and his 13th start. That's in there for strike 2 and 2. The 2-2. Up and away, ball 3. That didn't miss by much. And Kiaya has run it full on Ruland. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Kiaya just begun his delivery in time. And that's fouled back. Kiaya was holding that ball. Now, did they say he didn't start it in time? I think they did. Let's see if we can get a look at that. I thought he began his delivery in time. Oh, yeah, he certainly got that off in time. There's no question about it he got it off. I mean, the ball got to the plate with 1 on the pitch clock. Yeah, they got him for a pitch clock violation. You can see it there on the replay. And, you know, I don't mind the pitch clock. I think more often than not, it's not necessary at the college level, but I get why they've implemented it. However, I think using a pitch clock violation to hijack the at-bat, that's a little much. I mean, I think you have to be really blatant over the allotted 20 seconds for that to be called. I mean, that is not a good call at all. The ball arrived at the plate with one on the pitch clock. So that's a really tough break for Nick Kiaya and the Dolphins. The pitch clock violation resulted in ball 4. So Ruland is on first with a walk. And now Kalanji Goins will be the batter. And Goins is nearly hit by the pitch. Don't know how he avoided that one. Goins was 2 for 3 with 3 runs scored during the early game. And that's in for a strike, 1-1. There is a pitch clock out in right field, so the umpire can see that. And it does appear that both pitch clocks are synced well. It's not as if there's a delay on the home plate pitch clock. So I'm honestly not sure how they determined that was a pitch clock violation. Like at no point did the clock reach 0. Very odd. As they'll check on the runner over at first. Prior to that, Kiaya had been cruising. Came on to record 3 outs lightning quick in the second. Got the first out here in the third. And that swung on and missed, 2-2. The pitch clock violation results in the walk. And now Kiaya is 1 strike away from a punch out of Goins. 2-2. Fouled away. Another check on the runner at first. Ruland on the year has not attempted a stolen base, and the Dolphins are taking nothing for granted as Goins fouls off another. Meanwhile, something I've picked up on during this particular at-bat, not sure if it's been the norm throughout this game. It could be an adjustment for Goins, but the outfield is much further in than they have been for much of the day. And I cannot recall an at-bat where the Dolphins outfield was in this far. That pitch misses away. Count full 3-2. They do throw behind the runner, but Ruland back in with plenty of time. Count full on the Mavericks left fielder Goins. Payoff pitch. Up and in, ball 4. And Goins draws the walk, and very quickly on Goins, during game 1 on the Waterman Grand Slam, he crashed into the fence and went headfirst over it into the spectator area. There is grass on the other side of the wall, but it was a bit of a scary moment. He got right up. He was okay, and fortunately so, but all of the Dolphin supporters were seated right behind that wall. And it adds a bit of insult to injury in that moment. And that one hit Dylan Koch. And that will load the bases. Kiaya was cruising, and then the pitch clock violation has seemingly thrown him off a bit. To get to the 3-ball count, he did have a bit of command trouble, but nothing that was a major cause for concern. But since that pitch clock violation, he's put the next 2 men on, one via a second walk and another via hit by pitch. Kiaya has thrown 24 pitches thus far. Yeah, I heard a question directed my way. Best to ask the statistician.
No, it's just that.
Oh, okay, it was.
The batters you have between both of you. 5 and counting.
That's 6. That's 6.
That's all you got.
They were trying to count how many batters the Dolphins have hit today. That's 6. First hit 3. Fiore hit 2. And now Kiaya hits 1. Bases loaded. Nevin Scaparrotti at the plate, ahead 1-0. Scaparrotti looking for his first hit of the day. No better time than the present with the bases loaded. And I think he just got a piece of that one. Foul ball. Count even, 1 ball and 1 strike. And that misses outside, 2-1. Two one. In there, 2-2. Kiaya caught the inside corner. He's now 1 strike away from what would be a big punch out with the bases loaded and just 1 out. If you're the Mavericks, you're hoping for at least a fly ball. And there's a foul ball. It stays 2-2. I said it during game 1. I'll say it again. Productive outs important in spots like this. If you can't come through with a hit, you need to get that run in. Another 2-2. Fouled away again. The at-bat continues. As I mentioned during game 1, Scaparrotti came in, the leading hitter on this Mavericks team entering the afternoon. He'll see another 2-2 pitch here. And he chases in the turf, strike 3. Big strikeout for Nick Kiaya as he got Scaparrotti to chase a bad pitch way out of the strike zone. That will bring up John Nisko. And it will be left to the Mavericks' designated hitter, bases loaded, 2 outs in a 2-run ball game. And another good breaking ball from Kiaya as he got Nisko to swing right over the top of it, 0-1. The 0-1 up and away, 1 ball, 1 strike. And the 1-1 is fouled off, out of play down the right field line. And Kiaya is now 1 strike away from escaping big-time trouble here in the 3rd. For those just tuning in, this is a 7-inning game. It gets late early, and you can't afford to squander many opportunities on either side. The 1-2. Fouled away. Another 1-2 upcoming. The bases loaded, 2 outs, and the Dolphins lead 2-0. And another one hit in the air. This time it appears playable. Kehoe coming in, and he makes the catch to retire the side. The Mavericks strand the bases loaded in the 3rd, and the Dolphins maintain A 2-0 lead heading to the bottom half of inning number 3. Jack Kehoe leads off for the Dolphins in the 3rd inning. CSI on top 2-0 as Kehoe looks at a breaking ball. I have to be honest, I could not pick up the call. What do you think, Steph? All right, the press box agrees it was probably a ball as Kehoe takes inside 2-0. When you need a spotter for balls and strikes, you are very far away. Well, so they're suggesting a mini mic next to me. We can mic up the backstop if it reaches. And then I'll have it in my ear.
He's always doing these content creators, videos. Oh, really?
Count 3-0 on Kehoe, and he takes a strike. 3-1. Low and away. Was it ball 4? It was not. So the first pitch was indeed a strike. We knew all along. And Kehoe takes high. That is ball 4. And the Dolphins have the leadoff man on here in the 3rd. That will bring up Jason Romance. Romance 0 for 1 here in game 2. And they'll check on Kehoe over at first. Expect that to be a recurring theme throughout this at-bat. The Dolphins did have a successful pickoff in game 1 as Romance hits that one high in the air, shallow right. 3 Mavericks converging, And it is the right fielder coming on to make the catch. Ashline making the call. Wayne lost his hat on the way in. He'll scoop that up, and there's one away here in the home third inning. But the Dolphins did have a successful pickoff during Game 1. If memory serves, I believe that is the first successful pickoff that I've called all year. And there have been a lot of throws over. Jaden Waterman at the plate now, and there's another throw over. While I could do without the pitch clock, I wouldn't mind a limit on the throws over. Wouldn't mind. Pitch to Waterman, hit on the ground. Could be two. Flip to second for one. Strong throw to first in time for the 6-4-3 double play. The Dolphins turned one earlier. The Mavericks answer with a double play of their own. And just like that, we are through 3 from Dobbs Ferry. Our score, Staten Island 2 and Mercy nothing.
That's been happening.
Zach Ashline leads off for the Mavericks here in the 4th inning. Nick Kiaya back to the mound for CSI, and he delivers a strike, 0-1. Kiaya has walked 2 and struck out 2, has not allowed a hit, and escaped a bases-loaded jam in the 3rd inning. The 0-1 down and away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Time called for at the plate. I believe it's Hunter having an issue with equipment. Maybe needs a new catcher's mitt here. We don't have any camera angle that gets JJ in the frame, but it could be the device he's using to call the pitches. Never really any surefire way to know. But we love to speculate up here in the press box, 400 feet away. More than that, probably 500. At least 400, perhaps a bit more. And the 1-1 misses low, 2-1. Two one fouled back, count even at 2. Kiaya has recorded an out against the first batter he has faced in the second, third, trying to do it again here in the fourth. He recorded the first 2 outs at once on a double play grounder when he entered the game in the second. And he's now run it full on Ashline 3-2. And 3-2 is hit out to center. And it will bounce in front of Vera and Kehoe. It's a leadoff single for Zach Ashline, and the Mavericks have the first batter on here in the fourth.
Now batting, number 39, David Bernard Jr.
Here's one more look at that last swing from Ashline. A good at bat to run it full and drive the ball to right center. I'll tell you, once I look away following the contact, it's impossible to find the ball in the air. Good luck. First pitch a called strike to David Bernard Jr., 0-1. Bernard Jr. 0 for 1 at the plate here in game 2. That hit for Ashline, the first for the Mavericks here in the second game of today's doubleheader. And that one's fouled away. Count 0-2. Meanwhile, I was about to update the score at softball during game 1 of that doubleheader. However, that game ended. The Dolphins succumbed to the run rule 12-4. The Dolphins trail in game 2 1-0. However, they are threatening in the third. First and second, 1 out. And a chance for the Dolphins to get even or take the lead in that game. So we'll see what CSI can do. We're all huddled around the second screen right now trying to figure out what just happened. I think that was a foul ball, Stephanie. So the count reset. That is the second out. So 2 outs and runners on first and second in Buffalo. Well, I have to admit, I was not able to follow that baseball, and it was an out on a line drive to center. Getting back to first was the runner Ashline. Here's a look at it from in the outfield. Anthony Altubelli, the batter. As you see Vera lose the hat. Kehoe made the catch. No throw to the bag over at first. Ashline back in, 1 away in the inning. Dolphins thought the runner might be going there. No throw. Ashline on the year, 9 for 10 on attempted stolen bases. Big swing and a miss there. Altubelli with a 1-1 count now. And there's a called strike on the outside corner, 1-2. They've gone to the bottom of the third in Buffalo. Dolphins did not score. In the top half, it's still 1-0 Saints. A look toward first by Kiaya, who comes set with 5 on the pitch clock. There goes the runner. Throw to second off of Flashner's glove. He got tangled up with Ashline. And it's a stolen base for the Mavericks right fielder. Here's one more look on the wide shot. Altubelli struck out, and now Aiden Wayne comes to the plate. Wayne 0 for 1. Our scoreboard operator and pitch clock operator conversing to decide that was a strike. We didn't name names. That's hit in the air on the infield, and Bardick has it to retire the side. That will do it for the Mavericks in their half of the fourth. They strand one and still trail 2-0. Dolphins come to bat when we come back. Home fourth inning underway with a well-struck ball out toward right field. But waiting there to make the catch was Ashline for a lightning-quick first out. J.J. Hunter retired on one pitch. That will bring up Ryan Ortega. Hunter now 1 for 2 after a home run in his first AB, flying out to right to begin this half inning. Ortega 0 for 1, swings and misses. No balls, 1 strike. And the 0-1 is in for a called strike 2. The 0-2. Hit out to center. And the catch is made by Wayne for the second out. That will bring up Michael Flashner. Flashner without an official at-bat here in Game 2. Walked his first time. Savoca has settled in nicely here. Gave up a couple of runs in the second. It looked like the Dolphins might be able to push him out of this game, but he's really found a rhythm and has kept his team well within striking distance. as the count runs to 2-0 on Flashner. At least I thought so. Don't go with me, Pat. Now you've been named. Now you've been named. There's a called strike. Scoring update from Buffalo. The Dolphins now trail the Saints 3-0. Bottom of the third inning of Game 2. And Flashner skips over that one, 3-1. We hope. Yeah, Steph has to keep the binoculars on between pitches. Three and two. Now I'm getting the blame for this as Flashner takes ball 4. Well, you don't have to say my name, Pat. I've been introduced to the audience already. Joe Foreman, your play-by-play commentator, broadcast engineer, public address announcer.
You get a pass, you're doing your job.
Technically, if I move the outfield camera on a ball hit to the outfield, I can do 4. You know, why didn't we give you a tripod in the window? That would have worked. And the pickoff attempt gets away. And you hate to give away a free base to a speedy runner like Flashner. He moves into scoring position now. Here's a look at what happened. Well, I can say with certainty we have seen far more pickoffs get away, and it's not close, than we have runners being picked off. As that's it out to center, Wayne chasing it back. That ball's over his head, and it's rolling deep into center field. Wayne got there quickly and is able to hold Vincent Weigel to a double. However, it's an RBI extra base hit. Flashner is in to score, and the Dolphins lead it 3-0. Brandon Bardick to the plate now with the Dolphins leading by 3. And it didn't look like Wayne had much of a chance on that ball. It was well over his head. He barehanded it off the hop to get it in as quickly as he could. Weigel now at second, trading places with Flashner. And that one's hit high in the air by Bardick. Down the right field line and caught. And that will do it for the Dolphins in the 4th inning. But the Dolphins put together a small 2-out rally and chase home another run. We head to the 5th from Dobbs Ferry, Staten Island over Mercy, 3-0. Connor Rulin leads off for the Mavericks here in the 5th inning. For those just joining us, this game 2 of a doubleheader scheduled for just 7. So time very quickly running out on Mercy, and Nick Kiaya has pitched very well since entering the game. Kiaya pitched well the first time I saw him in Myrtle Beach. This arguably could be his best outing since, as that's hit deep to right center, and it is played on a hop deep in the gap by Kehoe. However, that does hold Rulin to just a single, and you will take that if you're the Dolphins. And it looks like that might be all for Kiaya. There is action in the Dolphins bullpen. Alex Martinez has been throwing, and it appears that he is going to come into the game here. So if they do take the baseball from Kiaya, we will head to break. And I thought for a moment they gave the signal. It looks like Martinez thought so as well. The conversation continues, and they take the baseball from Kiaya. That will do it for the Dolphins reliever on Senior Day, and it was a strong effort from the CSI right-hander, and they will turn it over to another right-hander here. At least it appeared so, as Martinez is headed back down to the bullpen. Kiaya is waiting on the field. He might not be coming out of this game. Very unusual here. Kiaya, the home plate umpire, and his catcher are all standing side by side. Kiaya has not crossed the foul line yet. He is off of your screen, or perhaps just in the frame there. Now he's off of the screen, and I'm not quite sure what the delay is. It looks like another device to receive the pitch call. So this is the equivalent of Major League Baseball's PitchCom that we've seen this year. It appears to be a wearable device on the wrist that gives the pitch calls, and Kiaya is staying in. It was not a pitching change. The signal to the wrist was an indication to get him a new device to receive pitch calls. So Kiaya stays in, scrap that break, and Kalonji Goins will be the batter with a runner on first and nobody out. And Goins looks at a strike. 0-1. Goins without an official at-bat here in Game 2. He has drawn a walk. Meanwhile, in Buffalo, it's now 7-0 Saints over the Dolphins. So CSI is in a bit of a weird position entering the final 6 games. They are comfortably in a playoff spot right now. However, they are 0-6 against the teams remaining on their schedule entering today. And they've already lost 1 to Dieuville in Buffalo. They are in danger of dropping both games to the Saints. Dieuville has already secured the tiebreaker as well with their win in Game 1. As that pitch is in for a strike. And that is strike 3 called. So Kiaya makes very quick work of Goins. Couldn't even get a scoring update in before Goins struck out. That will bring up Dylan Koch, the Mavericks' leadoff hitter. He's without an official at-bat in this game. He's been hit by 2 pitches. He's been hit twice by 2 different Dolphin arms. First Fiore and then Kiaya. The count 1-0 here on the Mavericks shortstop. The 1-0 chop to third. Tough play for Weigel, and he could not make the exchange. That'll probably be a base hit. 2 on for the Mavericks now, 1 out.
Now batting, number 3, Nevin Scaparrotti.
Nevin Scaparrotti will be the batter. Scaparrotti 0 for 2 with a strikeout here in the back half of this doubleheader. And for the Mavericks, this is their best chance since they loaded the bases. Vera chasing this fly ball into the gap, and he's got it. The runners do look to advance. The throw got away, but it is backed up, and both runners will move up one base. Scaparrotti wasting no time attacking that first pitch, put a good swing on that ball, but he couldn't outslug the range of Jamel Vera in center field. Vera getting a great jump as usual, makes the catch. And now the Mavericks have two in scoring position. The tying run still at the plate. John Nisko, the batter. A base hit here could make it a one-run game as that's taken outside for ball one. Nisko is 0 for 2. And if you're Mercy down to your final 7 outs, you could really use a base knock here. There's a good off-speed pitch. Swung on and missed. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and one. Hit him. And that will load the bases. It has been baffling in a way to see the Dolphins collectively struggling with hit batters. We've seen them hit batters throughout the season, but as a collective today, it has been a massive problem. And they've played some games in nasty weather this year, most notably on Sunday in Flushing. But they have a beautiful day today. And now, Zach Ashline, the Mercy cleanup hitter, comes to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs here in the road 5th inning. Kiaya ahead of him 0-1. Ashline is 1 for 1 thus far. The 0-1 fouled away. Kiaya quickly ahead, 0-2. He's at 64 pitches since coming on in relief. The 2-strike pitch. Up and in. If you don't get this out, at least 1 run comes in, but more importantly, it ensures the tying run will end up in scoring position at best. More damage certainly could be done. Kiaya would love to close the door right here. And again, held that ball until the final second of the pitch clock, and he strikes out. Ashline looking. A massive punch out for the CSI right-hander Kiaya, and he strands the bases loaded. We head to the home 5th. Dolphins still lead 3-0. First pitch of the home fifth inning, in for a called strike to Jamel Vera, 0-1. Vera 0 for 2 at the plate here in game 2. However, the Dolphins still lead 3-0. Nick Kiaya has done a great job in relief for CSI. He came on behind fellow senior Ryan Fiore, who got the start. Fiore pitched the scoreless first. Kiaya quickly erased an inherited base runner and pitched the scoreless second, and has not allowed a run, as Vera swings and misses 1-2. I mentioned the first look I got at Kiaya this season down in Myrtle Beach, as Vera hits that one into center field, and that's a leadoff base hit for the Dolphins center fielder. Vera now 1 for 3. Kiaya against Southern Connecticut State and Myrtle Beach started off strong, and then the wheels fell off in the 5th inning of that game. This easily his best outing, probably since his second as a Dolphin, in which he allowed 2 runs on 6 hits and 4 2/3. They'll check on Vera over at first. He's back in. Entering the 5th inning of that aforementioned start against Southern Connecticut early in the year, Kiaya had allowed just 2 runs through the first 4. That game was scheduled for 7, and then he got tagged for a big inning in the 5th. He and the CSI bullpen combined to allow 8, and the Dolphins would go on to lose 12-6 after they led 4-1 entering the bottom half of the 4th inning. Dolphins had a couple of very close games against NE10 opponents at the Ripken Experience. One against Southern Connecticut. As the runner takes off for second, Vera is in well ahead of the throw. Not even close. We'll get a look at the jump that Vera got in just a moment. Here's a look at the jump very quickly. Count even 1 ball and 1 strike on Jack Kehoe. Kehoe 1 for 1 with a walk. And he fouls that one away as Vera continues to dance off of second. And we've seen this from Flashner. We've seen it from Vera. I would argue that Vera is a lot less shy about trying to steal third base, and during game 1, I mentioned that of, I believe it was 6 times that he's been caught stealing, I would venture to guess at least 3 of them have been at third base, if not more. That includes one on Tuesday night. As that's chopped to first, that will move the runner over. Vera up to third, Kehoe out at first, and the Dolphins now have a man on third, but just 1 out here in the 6th inning. Make the 5th. That will bring up Jason Romance. Romance 0 for 2 thus far, and he's ahead 1-0. And make it 2-0 on Romance as that misses way upstairs. The Mavericks do have the infield in here, but they're going to need the perfect combination of a well-placed ground ball hit hardly enough to have any chance of getting Vera at the plate. He will almost undoubtedly be going on contact. It's going to take a good break, and Vera, meanwhile, is creeping down the line with each pitch. Count full on Romance, 3-0, and they don't seem interested in giving him anything to hit here. Maybe you set up a double play. 3-0. Romance swings and hits it deep to center. That will get the run in as Wayne grabs it in deep center field into score. Comes the fourth Dolphins run. Vera in. It's a sacrifice fly for Jason Romance, and the Dolphins lead it 4-0. Jaden Waterman to the plate now. Base is empty. 2 outs here in the fifth. And Waterman takes a strike, 0-1. Waterman 0 for 2. As they've gone to the bottom of the fourth in Buffalo, it's bad news for the Dolphins on the softball diamond. Deauville leads that game 11-0. The 2 games played on Staten Island were not nearly as high scoring. The Dolphins did not score in either game, but the Saints hardly scored either. I believe those 2 finals were 4-0 and 1-0, if I recall. Stephanie's about to go check for me. See how good my memory is. That pitch to Waterman misses outside, 2-2. See how close I was. 4-0 and 1-0. Look at that. And I think those were just about 2 weeks ago. Yeah. Closer to 3. As Waterman hits another one deep to left field toward the line, and Goins is there in foul ground. He makes the catch deep in the left field corner in the Dolphins bullpen, and that will do it for CSI in the home 5th inning. However, the Dolphins do tack on a run. Vera reaches on a base hit. Sacrifice fly from Jason Romance brings him home, and the Dolphins are now in front, 4-0. Alex Martinez into the game for the Dolphins to begin the top half of the 6th inning. And for Nick Chiaia, it is a strong outing on Senior Day here in Dobbs Ferry. The right-hander came on in relief of Ryan Fiore through 4 innings, throwing 66 pitches, allowing just 3 hits and no runs. He walked 2 and struck out 5, faced 18 total batters. And now Alex Martinez, another Dolphin senior, will come on to probably try and close this game out. We'll see if that ends up being the case, but For Martinez, he enters the game with a 4-run lead. The Dolphins needing 6 outs to secure a sweep of today's ECC doubleheader, and he very nearly hit the first batter he faces as that pitch ran way inside on David Bernard Jr. 1-0. We'll get you the numbers for Martinez momentarily. Chopper foul, and the count evens 1 ball and 1 strike. For Martinez on the season, he has been one of the more used Dolphins. He's appeared now, including this outing, in 12 games, including 5 starts. In 32 innings, he's allowed 56 hits, 48 runs, 44 of those earned. He has walked 26 and struck out 27, 148 opposing batters hitting at .378 against him. That one hit well. Left center field. Vera looking up, and it hops over the wall. It's a ground rule double to get things started here in the 6th inning. And David Bernard Jr. has the Mavericks in business with their 4th hit of the game.
Now batting, number 8, Anthony Altobelli.
That ball was hit a long way, and admittedly, I lost it in the sky. Once the ball's put in the air with the backdrop of the Hudson River and the clouds, it is tough to find. And it landed, I'd say maybe 10 or 15 feet shy of the left center field wall. Anthony Altobelli, the batter. Altobelli 0 for 2, and that pitch is low and away for ball 1. Long hold from Martinez. He looks towards second. There's a swing and a miss, 1-1. And we mentioned it covering Martinez in the games played at Queens. I think he got in against both the Knights and the Saints when we traveled to Flushing, but it was most notably in his last outing. He had really good movement on his breaking ball, and we couldn't even figure out whether it was a true off-speed breaking ball or a sinker of some kind, but the issue became command. And I've said it already this year, Martinez clearly has good stuff. It's a matter of pitching out of trouble. That's been the hurdle that this season he's yet to overcome. And we've also said it already, but collectively, you have to give the Dolphins pitching staff a bit of grace. They did not have access to the CSI baseball complex this year. Of course, that makes it really difficult when it comes to throwing against live batters. And you really have a tough time doing that in a gym, practicing indoors. And then practicing on a turf soccer field, not quite the same as practicing on a baseball diamond. The 3-2 pitch misses for ball 4. And the Mavericks have the first 2 on here in the 6th inning.
Now batting, number 50, Aiden Wayne.
Aiden Wayne to the plate here with the tying run all of a sudden looming in the on-deck circle. Martinez very quickly pitching himself into trouble. Wayne showing bunt, takes a strike. Well, you'd have to suspect there is no way he's going to bunt. But with enough speed, maybe he feels he can beat one out. Instead, he gives away a strike. It's 0-1. And there's a foul ball, 0-2. Martinez a strike away from a massive out here in the 6th inning. The Dolphins leading comfortably by 4, but that lead can become a lot less comfortable very quickly with one swing. And the 0-2 misses inside. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Martinez comes set ahead of the 1-2. And he got him. Wayne goes down swinging at the high fastball. And that is a big punch out for Alex Martinez and the Dolphins. 1 away in the inning. And Connor Ruland will come to the plate here with runners on first and second. And now 1 out in the frame. Ruland 1 for 1 with a walk thus far. Mavericks just hoping for a base runner to get the tying run to the plate as that's fouled back. Mercy down to their last 5 outs. Would love to get at a minimum 1 or 2 here in this half inning. There have been chances for the Mavericks throughout this game. They have not been able to come through. Mercy has left 7 on base. The Dolphins just 3. The 0-1. Low and in, 1 ball and 1 strike. Martinez set. The 1-1 on the way. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Martinez doing a good job against these last 2 hitters, getting ahead in the count. Not trying to battle back from 2-1, 3-1, or even a 2-0 count. He's 1 strike away from a second consecutive punch out and a big out number 2. And he misses low and away, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The runner on second is Bernard Jr. Altubelli, the runner at first. Ruland just trying to find a way on and get that tying run to the plate. Count even, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Pitch on the way. Hit in the air. Left center. Vera right there makes the catch. And there are 2 gone. Martinez makes the big pitch and gets the fly ball. He's now 1 out away from a scoreless 6th. Kalonji Goins to the plate. He's 0 for 1, has walked and struck out here in Game 2. If he can get on, it's back to the top of the Mavericks lineup. And Goins takes a ball 1-0. The 1-0. In there for a strike, 1-1. The 1-1. Chased out of the zone, 1-2. All of a sudden, Martinez has found that swing and miss stuff that we know he has. He's 1 strike away from a huge 3rd out and keeping this a 4-run game. The 1-2. Bounce to 3rd. Hit slowly. Weigel comes up throwing, and he is safe at first. Goins beats the throw from Weigel. And that will load the bases. A run went up on the board. That will come down momentarily. Dylan Koch, who has homered inside the park today, will get a chance with the bases loaded and 2 outs following the infield dribbler off the bat of Kalonji Goins. A tough luck base hit surrendered by Martinez. And now an extra base hit could bring Mercy to within a run. Koch, 1 for 1, has been hit by a pitch twice. And Martinez misses low and away, ball 1. The 1-0. Misses low, 2 balls and no strikes. And if you're Martinez, this is the spot that you did so well to avoid against back-to-back hitters, now behind 2-0 against the very dangerous Koch. The 2-0. Gets to the backstop, but the runners will stay put. Wisely so, no reason to chance it in a 3-0 count. It's a very short backstop here in Dobbs Ferry, and unless you decide to go immediately and the ball bounces around the perimeter of that backstop, you're probably not scoring from third. There is no padding on the backstop, though, so that makes it a bit more unpredictable when it comes to the bounces. And the 3-0 is in at the knees for a strike, 3-1. Bounce to third again, and Weigel steps on the bag for the force. It was hit just hard enough for Weigel to record the putout at third, and that will do it for the Mavericks in the 6th inning. Mercy once again strands the bases loaded, and the Dolphins will come to bat looking for some insurance when we return for the bottom half of the 6th inning. J.J. Hunter will lead off for the Dolphins as CSI looks for some insurance in the bottom half of the 6th inning. The Mavericks strand the bases loaded once again in the top half of this inning, and that allows the Dolphins to stay in front by 4. Hunter at the plate, 1 for 2 thus far. Homered earlier in the game. At the time, that gave the Dolphins a 1-0 lead. And Hunter takes outside. Count 2-1. The 2-1. Misses for ball 3. And Hunter draws a leadoff walk. They have gone final in Buffalo. Softball has dropped both games at D'Youville University. They lose game 2, 11-0. The Dolphins falling via the run rule in both of those. And I think you have to be mildly concerned if you're a fan of the Dolphins, only because they lost all 4 games against D'Youville. D'Youville, not a likely first-round opponent, as Hunter has to scramble back to first, but I would say the most likely round 1 opponent for the Dolphins, or at least in terms of descending order, most likely to least likely. If they finish 4, they're very likely to face St. Thomas Aquinas in the first round. If they finish 3rd, it's probably more likely that they face Mercy than D'Youville. The Mavericks, I think, with a 2 seed entering the day. The Dolphins were 3 and the Saints were 4. That may have changed depending on D'Youville's record entering the afternoon. Ryan Ortega to the plate here. Count 0-1 already on Ortega as they checked on Hunter over at first. And it's now 0-2 on the CSI designated hitter. Ortega 0 for 2 at the plate here in game 2. And he shows bunt, pulls back, and takes a strike. So there was an extra strike up on the board. It's 1-2. The 1-2. Breaking ball low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Two and 2. Hit in the air. Shallow right center. Who's got it? And it is the second baseman, Scaparrotti, reaching up and holding on. It did not look like he was going to be able to keep his footing through that catch, but he did. You'll watch him emerge from the right side of your screen here and see just how far he had to go. And then he had to get up quickly and make sure Hunter didn't have any thoughts of trying to steal an extra base on him. Michael Flashner to the plate now. Flashner, still without an official at-bat, has walked twice. When you look at Flashner's numbers on the year, his on-base percentage entered the day at .433. Jack Kehoe entered the day with a .510 on-base percentage. That one's hit well, out to straightaway center, but Wayne ranges back to make the catch, and there are 2 gone in the inning. Vincent Weigel to the plate now. 2 outs here in the home 6th inning. Dolphins hoping to keep their bid for some insurance alive. First pitch to Weigel, hit in the air, and it gets through the right fielder. It bounces straight past Ashline and rolls all the way to the wall. That will bring home Hunter, and Weigel will coast into third. That ball landed just in front of Ashline. He thought he had it, and so did I. Instead, it short-hopped in front of him and rolled all the way to the wall. No RBI on that one for Weigel, but he is into third, and the insurance run is home for the Dolphins. Got a scoring update. I believe this is a baseball update from our Sportsnet colleague Nick Bavona. Deauville lost Game 1 to Queens 8-2, and they're tied 1-1 in the fifth inning of Game 2. Why is that important? Likely the only path into the playoffs for the Dolphins would be to leapfrog Deauville. And to do that, they would need a massive run to end the season. But mathematically, it is still possible. So thank you, Nick, for that update. Deauville has now lost 6 in a row. That pitch in for a strike. Count 2-1 on Brandon Bardick here. Bardick is 1 for 2. A base hit in this spot could make it a 6-run game. Bardick now ahead 3-1. Dolphins currently are 4 games back in the loss column of Deauville. And again, it would be improbable, but not mathematically impossible. They would need the Saints to lose this game against Queens. Then Queens would also have 9 wins, and now you're chasing 2 teams that have tiebreakers against you. As that's hit well, center field, and that is going to be over everybody. Bardick around second. Bardick headed for third. Bardick being held up. The dugout wanted it. The Fanatics wanted it. But Bardick will have to settle for an RBI triple. The Dolphins tack on another insurance run, and it's now 6-0 Staten Island. And speaking of that matchup between Queens and Deauville, more good news for the Dolphins on that front. Queens just took the lead. A win would move Queens to 9-15 and drop Deauville to 9-15. If the Dolphins can hold on and win this game, they are 7-18. That's 3 back in the loss column. That pitch taken outside by Jamel Vera, 1-0. The Dolphins, following today, would have 5 games remaining in their conference schedule, and 4 of them are against the number 1 seeded Malloy University Lions. Count quickly, 2-0 on Vera. Lost in all of this. I don't think I mentioned the new pitcher for the Mavericks. Matthew Hesselberg came on to pitch, if I'm not mistaken, his first pitching appearance of the season. And we know that because I didn't have him listed in the announcements that we recorded, as he is not listed on the roster as a pitcher. But Hesselberg's been tagged for 2 runs on 2 hits, both earned. He has walked a batter. And the Dolphins still going here in the 6th inning as Vera takes a strike, 3-1. Hit well to center once again. Wayne moving back. He makes the catch. And that will do it for the Dolphins here in the 6th inning. However, the Dolphins tack on a pair of insurance runs, and they now lead it by 6. Our score, Staten Island 6 and Mercy nothing. The Mavericks down to their final 3 outs when we come back. Top half of the 7th inning about to get started. And for the second time in as many games on this day, Jack Kehoe will come in looking to close things out for the Dolphins. The left-hander picked up his 5th save of the season. During the early game, he pitched 2/3 of an inning, allowing 1 hit. A wild pitch made things a bit more precarious late in that outing, but Kehoe secured the save and a Dolphins victory in Game 1, CSI winning 10-9. First pitch swinging and fouling that one away is Nevin Scaparrotti. Scaparrotti 0 for 3 here in Game 2. 2, 3, and 4 due up for the Mavericks. They were well positioned when it was a 4-run game if they were going to put together a rally. And how about that play? Flashner caught it on the fly. We'll get one more look at it from out in shallow left field. He caught it outside of the frame. But we have it for you in shallow left. This may take a moment to cue up. We'll slow it down as well. As Kehoe's first pitch is fouled away. Here's a quick look. You can see him right on the edge of the screen there. Flashner making that catch on the fly. 0-1 the count on John Nisko. Nisko 0 for 2. 2 and 3 spots in the Mavericks order a combined 0 for 6. For Mercy, no runs on 5 hits, 1 error. The Dolphins with 6 runs on 7 hits and no errors. And that one's fouled away again. It stays 0-2. For our crew here on Sportsnet, we have 2 more broadcasts on the schedule this year. One will be a doubleheader next weekend in Uniondale. And then CSI Softball will conclude their season at home against Mercy University. That one fouled away yet again. Count remains 1-2. We will be in Uniondale for the Dolphins and Lions on Friday, March 1st. And then on Saturday, March 2nd. Or May 2nd, I should say. Boy, it's been that kind of day. There's a swing and a miss. Strike 3. Nisko down swinging. And the Mavericks are down to their final out. But on Friday, May 1st, we will be in Uniondale with baseball against Malloy. Softball will be at Stack in Spark Hill on Friday, May 1st, and then they're right back in action on Saturday, May 2nd, as they take on Mercy at home. There's a first pitch, swing and a miss by Zach Ashline, 0-1. Ashline 1 for 2. Hill 1. Chopped foul. Or at least I thought I heard him get a piece of it. It is foul. Pat confirms. Mavericks now down to their final strike. The 0-2. Hit in the air. Right side of the infield. Romance makes the catch in foul ground, and the Dolphins sweep today's ECC doubleheader from the Mercy University Mavericks. It is a successful senior day outing for the Dolphins. Their pitching staff here in Game 2 was exceptional. 3 seniors leading the way. Fiore, then of course Kiaya and Martinez in relief. Jack Kehoe closes the door. He picked up a save in Game 1, records the final 3 outs here in Game 2, and it's a win for the Dolphins, 6-0 over the Mavericks in the second game of our doubleheader. Our next broadcast will be next Friday in Uniondale. Baseball on the road at Malloy, hosting the Lions as the home team in that game. We're back home on Saturday for the softball doubleheader against Mercy. Until next week, everyone, thanks for watching and enjoy the rest of your Friday night.